His Excellency, the Chief Guest has arrived. Please rise for national anthem. Kindly settle down for the short film on 1965 Indo-Pak War.
The 1965 Indo-Pakistani War was more than just a border skirmish. It was India's first major geopolitical test in the Cold War era. For a newly independent nation, it was a crucible that forged its military doctrine. This wasn't just about territory, it was about strategic signaling and national will. In the 1960s, a crucial military imbalance began to take shape across the subcontinent. Pakistan, having entered a defense pact with the United States in 1954, became the recipient of substantial foreign assistance, nearly $700 million in military aid from the US alone. This support enabled Pakistan to modernize swiftly, equipping its forces with advanced aircraft, armor, and weaponry. During this transitional phase, India may have held the advantage in numbers, but Pakistan's military possessed a sharper qualitative edge, particularly in air power and armored strength. Sensing that India's rebuilding efforts were rapidly closing this gap, Pakistan sought to act, to exploit its temporary advantage before the balance could shift once again. This friction escalated when Pakistani soldiers began patrolling Indian-controlled territory in January 1965. Intermittent skirmishes between armed forces culminated in Pakistan launching Operation Desert Hawk in April 1965, capturing some Indian posts in the Run of Kutch. On 3rd July 1965, British High Commissioner brokered a ceasefire, with both nations agreeing to submit the border dispute to the International Court of Justice. The 1965 Indo-Pakistani War began with the failure of Pakistan's covert Operation Gibraltar in Kashmir, which prompted India to counter with the capture of the key infiltration hub at Haji Pir Pass by Wanpara. Subsequently, Pakistan's armored counterattack, Operation Grand Slam, aimed at Akhnur, forced India to escalate into Punjab, leading to major tank engagements like Philora and Chavinda, and culminating in the decisive Indian victory at Asaluttar, popular creating Patan Nagar, all while Indian forces pressed the offensive at Barki and Dogarai to gain strategic advantage in the plains. The Indian Air Force did not pursue deep strategic bombing. The indigenous Nat fighter, soon to earn the nickname Saber Slayer, proved its mettle, forcing a global re-evaluation of Western air combat doctrine. On the 20th of September 1965, the United Nations Security Council unanimously passed a resolution. India immediately accepted the resolution. Pakistan accepted it 3 days later, on the 23rd of September. On the 10th of January 1966, Indian Prime Minister Lal Bahadur Shastri and Pakistan's President Ayub Khan signed the Tashkent Declaration in the city of Tashkent, then part of the Uzbek Soviet Socialist Republic, now Uzbekistan. The accord formally brought the 1965 war to an end. The conclusion of the 1965 war was a decisive one. On one side, the defeat of Operation Gibraltar, the loss of the Haji Pir Pass, the failure of Operation Grand Slam to take Akhnur, and the crushing defeat of their armored forces at Asaluttar and Sialkot meant Pakistan failed to achieve every single one of its primary strategic objectives. On the other side, India successfully defended its borders, decisively repulsed every major Pakistani offensive, and inflicted catastrophic damage on Pakistan's US-supplied armored force. The lessons of 1965 remain the bedrock of India's current military posture. 1965 was the moment India announced its military capability and resolve, not just to the neighborhood, but to the world.
Before I request the chairman to accompany the chief guest and the guest of honor onto the stage, a quick 30-second video on the limits of a soldier, especially for the young friend sitting behind.
Many years ago, when I was a brigade major in high altitude, two of us, the company commander and myself, had walked ahead and we were sitting down to a cup of tea, he asked me a question. He said, Mao, what is the limit of an Indian soldier? I was fresh out of staff college, so I gave him all the usual staff answers of loads, distances, and measured toughness. He kept shaking his head till I asked him. I said, Purushottam, why don't you tell me? And he said, Mao, the limit of an Indian soldier is the limit of his officer. Now that is true.
I request you to kindly get the chief guest and the guest of honor, General Sunil Rampal, onto the stage.
Can you hear me at the back? NCC, can you hear me? AFPI, can you hear me? YPS, can you hear me? Well, welcome, children, and I welcome His Excellency the Governor to this function. He was kind enough to grace it last year, and more than that, this year, he again came for the memorial service at the Chandigarh Memorial, following which he was present for the Brave Hearts ride of 670 motorcycles that went around the Tri-City and eventually stopped at Chandi Mandir. I noticed that his feet were shifting then, and he kept asking me how long is the ride. And he did confide in me that he used to ride a motorcycle for 100 kilometers. So I've told him that next time he will lead the Braveheart ride. Matters later? Okay. Anything else I've got to do?
Good morning, Jai Hind. I'm Colonel Avnish Sharma. On behalf of Military Literature Festival Association Chandigarh, we extend a hearty welcome to our chief guest, His Excellency Shri Gulab Chand Kataria, Honorable Governor of Punjab and Administrator Chandigarh. Our guest of honor, Major General Sunil Rampal, MGME, Headquarter Western Command, Mrs. Harpreet Kaur Babla, Mayor Chandigarh, eminent panelists, speakers, participants, esteemed veterans, members of the media, our young friends from schools and colleges across region, ladies and gentlemen. Military Literature Festival is a joint venture of Punjab government, Chandigarh administration and Headquarter Western Command. The inaugural festival was held at this very location during 2017, and the 9th edition of MLF is now underway. General Shergill, Chairman MLFA, will tell you more about the festival. General Shergill commanded a division in Jammu and Kashmir, a corps in the northeast, and was later Commandant Indian Military Academy. Earlier, he was the Defense Attaché in United States of America and Indian High Commissioner at London. After retirement, he was appointed Chairman Punjab Public Service Commission and later served as the Senior Advisor to the Chief Minister Punjab. Popularly and affectionately called Mao, he is the founder chairman of Military Literature Festival Association Chandigarh. General Shergill.
Okay. Once again, I welcome all of you, and I can see in front of me a number of colleagues who went through the war in 1965. We are going to examine this war, some of the battles. However, your reflection must be on, can we do it that way again, or is it going to be different? And indeed, it's going to be different, because apart from the army operating on land, the navy in the seas, and the air force in the air, we are now faced with a multi-dimension, multi-domain warfare. And what has been added on? Electronic warfare, electromagnetic warfare, and space warfare. And all these have been united by what you can call information warfare, with the use of AI and various other technical adjustments. And what this has done, it has sharpened the decision cycle. In addition to that, do remember that the war will not only start at the front lines, it could equally do in space with the capture or destruction of satellites. So the whole gamut of war has become new, but I won't say that the nature of war has changed. Earlier, if the opposing general was killed or made to flee, you won the battle. If the opposing king was killed or made to flee, you won a country. It is actually something like that, because the battle may finish before the tactical operations have actually begun. And more than often, you will be fighting at the level of operations and in the rear. What we've got for you today, in addition, is Heartland and Rimland, and where does India stand, and who do they go in with. Heartland was enunciated about 100 years ago by a geographer, Mackinder, Sir Mackinder. And quickly followed thereafter was the theory of Rimland. And Rimland was announced by Nicholas Spikeman, who came to be called the god of containment. And the reason is, Rimland is all of Eurasia, the littoral, the seas and the oceans, whereas Heartland stretches from the east of Russia all the way through Russia and into Eastern Europe, and southwards into the Central Asian states. And today, there's a formidable array in the Heartland. You have China, you have North Korea, you have the Central Asian states, you've got Russia, and you've got Iran. And all these have been stitched together by the Chinese by a digital Silk Road. And the communications come all down to Iran. Also, the Central Asian states have been linked up. India falls, because of the Himalayas and the Karakoram, in the inner crescent, not exactly part of the Heartland, a little out of it. And as far as the Rimland is concerned, yes, we have a presence with a peninsula running down into the Indian Ocean and our island territories like the Andamans. So we have a role to play, and we have to choose our allies, because when you look around the world today, and particularly our country, one doesn't see any friends in the neighborhood. And so we are seeking friends much further away and hoping that they will help us. I'd like to just say something from the animal kingdom. You see, there are three principal, or you could say, big powers, and those are Russia, China, and the United States. All three of them are big lions. And do remember, lions have no friends, only allies to feed on a stripped carcass. So we have to fit ourselves, and although we have made allies in the sense from the point of view of the defense, however, the only route forward for us is to be ready ourselves. We are also touching upon, as I mentioned earlier, the 65 war and what it means to us today and what we can do. Having said this, we also have amongst us a contingent from the United Kingdom who are going to share with us what they do and how we are, in a way, affiliated together. I thank all of you for coming, and particularly His Excellency the Governor, and we'll take this further. Thank you very much.
Thank you, General Shergill. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, officers and children, soldiers, and distinguished guests on the dais. It is now my pleasure to introduce Colonel Avnish Sharma, author of Boots, Bonds, and Belly Laughs. His delightful book offers a candid and light-hearted glimpse into the life of an Indian soldier, capturing both the grit and humor of, that define service life. Joining him, Colonel Avnish Sharma. Joining him is Mr. Hardeep Chandpuri, publisher of the book and owner of Fern Tree Publishing. Hardeep carries forward the proud legacy as the son of Brigadier Kuldeep Chandpuri, Mahavir Chakra awardee and hero of the Battle of Longewala in the 1971 Indian-Pak War. We are also honored to welcome Mrs. Harpreet Kaur Babla, Mayor of Chandigarh, and also the daughter of an army officer, to the stage. I'd like to invite the dignitaries to release the book, Boots, Bonds, and Belly Laughs. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Honorable Governor, sir. And over to Colonel Avnish Sharma.
My gratitude to His Excellency for having accorded the honor of releasing my debut book. Publishers these days are very hard to get, and I'm grateful to Hardeep Chandpuri to accept my project. The first time that I spoke with him, he was at the Golden Temple, and I believe it is via Guru's wish. My special thanks to General Shergill, who's penned the foreword to this book. I sent him a draft which he quietly ignored and came up with an original one. It is so typical of one and only Mao. I am also thankful to all my friends, my mentors, who appear in this book of anecdotes, and I wish them all, I'm particularly thankful to Ms. Saguna Jain, the co-founder along with Hardeep of Novel Bunch, for having guided me on to the title of the book. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. As regards the book, I will just say that I promise that it has the power to wean you away from your mobile phones, whether you are at home or traveling. Thank you. Now for the release of the MLF magazine, which is a yearly ritual. It comprises articles on diverse topics by experts, and it has been aptly named Strategy and Heritage. It has been compiled by Major General Harvijay Singh and Colonel Nitin Chandra. May I request them to kindly come and have it released from His Excellency. Thank you. Now the last one on the agenda of book releases is the book Civil Military Fusion as a Metric of National Power and Comprehensive Security by Lieutenant General Raj Shukla. May I request him to kindly come up and have the book read. Please settle down, ladies and gentlemen. Shri Gulab Chand Kataria, Honorable Governor of Punjab and Administrator Chandigarh, served as the Governor of Assam before he took up the office as the 37th Governor of Punjab last year in the month of July. He hails from Udaipur in Rajasthan, which he represented in the Lok Sabha from 89 to 91. He's held important portfolios in the government of Rajasthan, which includes the Home Minister, the PWD Minister, Education Minister, and the Minister for Rural Welfare and Panchayati Raj.
अब लगभग 1 साल हो गया, मुझे सब जानते हैं। मिलिट्री लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल के 9वें संस्करण में समारोह में मंच पर उपस्थित लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल टी.एस. शेरगिल जी, मेजर जनरल सुनील रामपाल जी, सभी आर्मी के अधिकारीगण, सेवानिवृत्त अधिकारीगण और प्यारे विद्यार्थी भाइयों और बहनों, ये वास्तव में मेरा सौभाग्य है कि मैं दूसरे लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल में आपके बीच में उपस्थित हूँ। वास्तव में ये आपकी मुझ पर विशेष कृपा है कि आप मुझे इस अवसर पर यहाँ आने का मौका देते हैं। मैं आपका बहुत ही आभारी हूँ, धन्यवाद करता हूँ। सामान्यतः आज का दिन ऐसा चयन हो गया कि आज कई फंक्शन इस तरह के हैं। आज वंदे मातरम का 150वां वर्ष प्रधानमंत्री जी की मौजूदगी में संपूर्ण देश में एक साथ वंदे मातरम गीत का उच्चारण करके इस 150वीं जयंती को बहुत आनंद के साथ सारे देश ने मनाया है, जिस वंदे मातरम के कारण से देश का स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन बहुत ही मजबूत और प्रखरता से आगे बढ़ा था। आज ही आपका ये लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल भी है और अभी आज 100 साल हॉकी को पूरा हो रहा है, उसका भी फंक्शन है। तो उसके कारण से मेरी कुछ मजबूरी हो गई जल्दी काम को पूरा करने के लिए। मैं माफ़ी चाहता हूँ आप सबसे पहले। ये जो 3 दिन का जो फंक्शन है, महोत्सव है, एक तो आपने इसमें मुझे शरीक किया, इसके लिए धन्यवाद। सैनिकों की वीरता, त्याग और अदम्य साहस का मुझे नमन करने का अवसर दिया। मैं सोचता हूँ कि इस देश की आज़ादी के बाद हमारी देश की फौज ने इस भारत का जितना सम्मान बढ़ाया है, आने वाली पीढ़ी को उसकी जानकारी मिले, उसके बारे में जो कुछ भी हुआ है उसको लिटरेचर के माध्यम से आगे की पीढ़ी तक पहुंचाने का जो प्रयत्न जिन बंधुओं ने भी किया है वो सभी बहुत सम्माननीय है। मैं सोचता हूँ कि भारत ने 48 का जंग देखा, उसके बाद 62 का जंग हम लोगों ने देखा, 65 का देखा, उसके बाद 71 का देखा, उसके बाद कारगिल का देखा, और अभी अभी आपने देखा होगा कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर एक और हम लोगों के सामने इस समय देश की फौज ने जिस प्रकार का अपना जलवा दिखाया, वो हमारे अकेले के लिए नहीं, संपूर्ण विश्व के लिए एक तरह से चौंकने वाला और चौंकाने वाला दृश्य बनकर के आया है। तो मैं सोचता हूँ कि 62 के युद्ध में ज़रूर हमको सेटबैक लगा, क्योंकि हमारी जितनी तैयारी और जितनी हमारी फोर्स को चाहिए था, हमने हिंदी चीनी भाई भाई के नारे में उलझ करके अपनी ताकत को बढ़ाया नहीं। और फौज हमेशा कहती है कि शांति वहाँ स्थापित होती है जहाँ ताकत होती है। अगर वास्तव में बराबर के 2 पहलवान कभी लड़ते नहीं हैं, लेकिन जब कमज़ोर को देखते हैं तो हर कोई उसको थप्पड़ मारने की कोशिश करता है। तो मैं सोचता हूँ यही स्थिति देश की भी होती है। देश की तैयारी के साथ देश का मान और सम्मान होता है। और वास्तव में 65 के युद्ध जो आपने दिखाया है, मैं विद्यार्थी था उस समय, इन्हें भारत की फौज ने और भारत के प्रधानमंत्री ने जिस प्रकार का स्टैंड लिया था वो भारत के लिए बहुत ही सम्मानजनक था। हमने युद्ध नहीं किया, युद्ध उन्होंने प्रारंभ किया, कच्छ में आकर के उन्होंने कब्जा करने का कोशिश किया, हमने तो उनको खदेड़ने का काम किया। उनको बहुत अभिमान था अपने पैटर्न टैंक पर कि ये तो ऐसा है जिसकी चद्दर टूट ही नहीं सकती, लेकिन भारत के वीर सपूतों ने इस पैटर्न टैंक को उस तरह से उड़ाया जैसे माचिस के डिब्बे उड़ते हैं ना। वो धरती भी अपनी ही पंजाब की थी, जिसमें अब्दुल हमीद और उसके सब साथियों ने कब्रगाह बना दिया वहाँ जाकर के पाकिस्तान के टैंकों का। तो वास्तव में ये जो फौज की बहादुरी है वो वास्तव में इस देश में वास्तव में आने वाली पीढ़ियों को समझने और समझाने की है। वैसे तो हमारा इतिहास प्रारंभ से ही रहा है कि हमारे गुरुओं की धरती ने कभी नहीं सोचा कि बलिदान कितना होगा और कितना नहीं होगा। चाहे बलिदान कितना भी हो, लेकिन हम झुक नहीं सकते, हम अपने सरेंडर किसी के सामने हो नहीं सकते। आपने देखा होगा प्रताप के पास सेना की कमी थी, साधनों की कमी थी, लेकिन कभी भी हथियार नहीं डाला। और जिसके बारे में कहा जाता है ना, कई भी इतिहासकार जो लिखते हैं, इसीलिए आपका ये जो लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल है ना, ये कम से कम सही घटना को सही लोगों तक पहुंचाने का काम करेगा। ये सबसे बड़ा देश की दौलत है। हमारा दुर्भाग्य क्या रहा है कि हमारी जो काबिलियत है उसको इतिहासकार किस रूप में डाल देता है। प्रताप के बारे में कहा कि हल्दी घाटी का युद्ध प्रताप हार गए, कई समय तक हमको पढ़ाते रहे थे, अगर हार गए तो अकबर की सेना खमनोर तक भागी क्यों, आगे आनी चाहिए थे ना। अगर हम हार गए तो सभी जानते हैं कि रक्त तलाई तक जो है ना वो उल्टे भागे हैं, इसका मतलब हारे नहीं हैं। प्रताप को सुरक्षित निकालने के लिए ज़रूर प्रयत्न हुआ, ताकि कम से कम अगर प्रताप जिंदा रहेगा तो आज़ादी का दीपक जिंदा रहेगा। इस कारण से उसको हार के रूप में बने। तो मैं सोचता हूँ कि कारगिल का युद्ध जिस समय हुआ, एक तरफ लाहौर गए थे अटल जी प्रेम का हाथ बढ़ाने के लिए, और आपने देखा दूसरी तरफ उन्होंने आकर मोर्चे पर कब्जा करके ये सोच लिया कि अब हम अविजय हो गए। कारगिल की चोटी पर वो थे, हम नीचे थे, लेकिन हमारे सैनिकों ने मतलब किस तरह से बलिदान देकर के कारगिल से उनको खदेड़ा कि वो वापस कहीं दिखे भी नहीं। और हमारा वहाँ तिरंगा झंडा जब लहराता हुआ दिखा तो लगा कि यार भारत की सेना मरने से नहीं घबराती है, लेकिन विजय को हासिल करके ही दम लेती है। ये भारत का इतिहास अपनी सेना का रहा। मैं सोचता हूँ ये जो फेस्टिवल है आपका, इस फेस्टिवल का सबसे बड़ा जो माना यह है कि जो कुछ भी हुआ है उसको सही ढंग से सही तक पहुंचाने का प्रयत्न करना। ये जो काम जिन जिन बंधुओं ने भी किया वो बहुत स्वागत के योग्य है, क्योंकि आने वाली पीढ़ी तो प्रत्यक्ष तो जानती नहीं है। जो कुछ लिखा है उसको पढ़ करके ही हम उसके बारे में कुछ अपना विचार बनाएंगे। तो मैं सोचता हूँ वास्तव में इसके लिए बहुत बहुत आप सबको मेरी तरफ से बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन। फिर आपके एसोसिएशन ने प्रयत्न किया कि केवल पहले चंडीगढ़ में होता था, अब अमृतसर में भी आपके इस फेस्टिवल के कार्यक्रम से आपने उनको जोड़ने का प्रयास किया। इसी तरह से फिरोजपुर में भी आप अपना इस फंक्शन को आगे बढ़ाया। सच में मैं सोचता हूँ कि जिस प्रकार का ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बना करके आपने इस सब को जोड़ करके इसको जिस ढंग से आगे बढ़ाने का प्रयास किया, उसके लिए वास्तव में आप ये मैं सोचता हूँ कि पंजाब में भी जैसे फील्ड मार्शल शेम मानिक शाह यहाँ हुआ है, एयर चीफ मार्शल अर्जुन सिंह, सूबेदार जोगेंद्र सिंह, फाना सिंह, लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल भगत सिंह, मतलब एक तरह से पंजाब तो मतलब एक तरह से हमारे सेना और सेना के अधिकारियों से भरा पड़ा है। मतलब सबसे ज़्यादा बलिदान अगर देश की आज़ादी के पहले भी और देश की आज़ादी के बाद भी आज तक जितना पंजाब का योगदान रहा है, मैं सोचता हूँ इसके लिए सारा देश आपको बहुत सम्मान के साथ देखता है। मेरे अकेले चंडीगढ़ में ही जब मैं इतने रिटायर्ड अधिकारियों को देखता हूँ और उनको देखता हूँ, मुझे आपकी कृपा आप कह रहे हो मेरे को मोटरसाइकिल पे घुमाओगे। अब इस उम्र में मोटरसाइकिल चलाना छोड़ दिया काफ़ी समय से, फिर भी अगर आपका होगी इच्छा तो कोशिश कर लेंगे, कोई दिक्कत वाली बात नहीं है। मैं सोचता हूँ कि वास्तव में ये चंडीगढ़ का और अब की बार का जो आपने देखा होगा ऑपरेशन सिंदूर, वास्तव में वो तो देख करके सारी दुनिया को पता लग गया कि भारत वो भारत नहीं है जो 62 का था। अब भारत तुम सबके पटाखे फोड़ना जानता है। जिनको ये लगा था ना कि हमने तो ऐसा पटाखा बना दिया जो दे दिया पाकिस्तान को, चाहे जहाँ फोड़ देगा, उतने ड्रोन इतनी मिसाइल ठोकी सारी की सारी हवा में उड़ गई। इसका मतलब भारत की ताकत को इस पहली बार एहसास हुआ। और आपने जो ब्रह्मोस्त्र का जो प्रयोग किया ना, एक ही गया था, एक नहीं सारी दुनिया को हिला दिया कि भारत के पास जिस प्रकार की शक्ति है, ये अणु शक्तियाँ तो कहीं रह जाएगी, वहीं फूट करके बर्बाद हो जाओगे। इस बात का एहसास करा दिया। इसके कारण से दुनिया आज जो मानती है हमको, वो हमारी ताकत से मानती है। बाकी तो लाल बहादुर शास्त्री ने छोटा आदमी तो ज़रूर था, लेकिन जिस हिम्मत से उसने युद्ध और अमेरिका को ललकार कहा था कि मैं कोई समझौता नहीं करूँगा, पर दुर्भाग्य था हमारा कि हम हमेशा फौज से जीतते हैं, सेना से जीतते हैं, लेकिन टेबल पर हार जाते हैं, और उसके कारण से हमको कई बार नीचा देखना पड़ा। बाकी हिंदुस्तान की फौज ने इस बात की चिंता नहीं की कि इसका परिणाम क्या होगा, मेरे घर का क्या होगा, मेरी पत्नी का क्या होगा, मेरे बच्चों का क्या होगा। वो केवल और केवल हिंदुस्तान के तिरंगे को देखता है और उसकी रक्षा के लिए अपने को कुर्बान कर देता है। इतनी मजबूत फौज किसी दुनिया में किसी के पास नहीं है। लोग बच कर के युद्ध लड़ना चाहते हैं, हम साला सामना करके युद्ध करना चाहते हैं। और आपने देखा होगा 62 के युद्ध में भी हमारे फौजियों ने जिस प्रकार का कीर्तिमान स्थापित किया, बिना हथियार के भी ढेर करके जो है ना परमवीर चक्र प्राप्त करने का अगर सौभाग्य किसी को मिला तो भारत के बहादुर जवानों और अधिकारियों को मिला है। इस बात को ठीक नीचे तक पहुंचाना ये बिना लिटरेचर के संभव नहीं होता। आप और हम यहाँ आज भी जिंदा हैं तो गीता और महाभारत का रचना हो गई, इसके कारण से जानते हैं कि भगवान राम क्या हुआ और क्या नहीं हुआ। अगर तुलसीदास जी लिखते नहीं तो आप और मैं कहाँ से पढ़ता। आज जो कुछ भी लिख रहे हैं वही तो आगे की पीढ़ी को जाने वाला है, उसी में से तो उसको मिलने वाला है। और आज आपने यहाँ 3 बुकें जो है लॉन्च की है, मैं उनको धन्यवाद देता हूँ। उस छोटी सी बच्ची ने भी पहली बार इतना तगड़ा प्रयास किया कि आप सब लोग उसकी ताली बजाकर उसका अभिनंदन करो। कल्पना की कोई उम्र नहीं होती है, कल्पना की कोई उम्र नहीं होती है, उसका सोच कहाँ तक जाता है उसके आधार पर वो अपनी लेखनी को डालता है। मैं सोचता हूँ अगर बंकिम चंद्र चट्टोपाध्याय अगर इस वंदे भारत की रचना नहीं करता, माँ भारती को एक जमीन का टुकड़ा नहीं माना हमने, इसको साक्षात माँ माना है। और उसके आधार पर उसने एक एक शब्द में जिस प्रकार के माँ की महिमा को और उसकी ताकत का एहसास कराया ना, इसके कारण से सारा देश है ना वंदे मातरम बोलने लग गया और आंदोलन में कूद पड़ा। जेल जाने वाला भी वंदे मातरम था, गोली खाने वाला भी वंदे मातरम बोलता था और फांसी पे लटकने वाला भी वंदे मातरम बोलते हुए इस दुनिया से विदा हो जाता था। ये धरती कुछ अलग प्रकार की है और इस धरती को इतना जो मान आपने आज़ादी के बाद फौज के माध्यम से दिलाया, मुझे तो पहली बार, क्योंकि मैं राजस्थान का आदमी हूँ, कई बार जब युद्ध शुरू होता तो हम राजस्थान के कई गाँवों को थोड़ा पीछे ले आते हैं ताकि हमारा जो है ना सुरक्षित रहे। लेकिन यहाँ मैंने अजीब दृश्य देखा है ना, कोई गांव खाली करने को तैयार नहीं। हमने कई बार डीसी से बात की, उन्होंने कहा नहीं हमारी बच्चे और माताएं बहनें चली जाएगी, हम तो अपने फौजी के साथ खड़े रहेंगे। अगर ये यहाँ खड़े रहकर देश की रक्षा कर सकते हैं तो कम से कम हम इनके साथ खड़े रह करके इनकी मदद तो कर सकते हैं। ये जज्बा जिस जगह का हो उस जगह के बारे में वास्तव में कोई विचार करना चाहिए। तो मैं सोचता हूँ आपने ये बहुत अच्छी है ना फेस्टिवल के माध्यम से आपने इस रचना के माध्यम से आने वाली पीढ़ी तक इस बात को जो पहुँचाने का प्रयत्न किया है वही वास्तव में आगे की पीढ़ी के लिए होगा। 2047 कैसा होगा, जैसा ये नौजवान होगा वैसा होगा। वास्तव में जो देश की कल्पना करते हैं ना, उस कल्पना को साकार तो ये नौजवान पूरा करेगा। कल का भविष्य तो ये है। हम सब लोग तो अपनी बात कह करके चले जाने वाले हैं, लेकिन देश की ताकत को ताकत बनाने के लिए उसको कोई मसाला चाहिए, जिस मसाले को पढ़कर उसका दिल और दिमाग बनता है। भारत ने आज तक इस युद्ध को लड़े है ना, उसका मतलब हमारे बाप दादाओं ने कुछ किया और लिख करके गए, उसको पढ़ करके हमको प्रेरणा मिलती है और उसके अनुसार हम है ना, ये तो जीवन तो ऐसा सोचते हैं जैसे आया और गया। आत्मा अमर रहती है, शरीर का चोला बदलता है, और इसलिए चोले के बारे में भारत ने कभी ज़्यादा चिंता की नहीं है। तो वास्तव में मैं आप सबका बहुत आभार धन्यवाद करता हूं कि आप मुझे यहाँ अवसर देते और आप मुझसे जो उम्मीद करते हैं कि मैं आपके लिए कहाँ कहाँ काम और उपयोगी हो सकता हूँ, मैं हर समय आपके सामने उपस्थित हूँ। आपका मैं कोई राज्यपाल होने से आसमान में नहीं चढ़ जाता हूँ, मैं भी जनता के बीच का ही आदमी हूँ और जनता के बीच ही रहना मेरे को ज़िंदगी का शौक़ है। मैं सोचता हूँ मैं दुनिया से अलग रह कर के अपना जीवन जीऊँगा तो ये जीवन कोई काम का नहीं है, जो दूसरों के काम आ सके वही जीवन है, बाकी तो सब बेकार है। इस बात को सोच कर के हम इस देश में चलते हैं और इसके कारण से हम सब लोग प्रयत्न करें कि जिस गति से भारत आगे बढ़ रहा है, अब चौथी आर्थिक शक्ति बन गया, इसी साल बन जाएगा, इस महीने का अंत तक या 2 महीने के बाद है ना। इतनी प्रोग्रेस 11वें स्थान से बढ़ कर के हम चौथे स्थान पर आ रहे हैं, ये कोई सामान्य उपलब्धि थोड़ी है। आपने देखा होगा कि आपके सैनिक और सेना के लोगों ने जो हथियार हमारे यहाँ तैयार किए हैं, अब हम अपने हथियारों के आधार पर भी केवल और केवल हम ही जिंदा नहीं हैं, हम दुनिया के कई देशों के हमारे हथियार को निर्यात कर रहे हैं। इसका मतलब भारत एक अलग प्रकार का सोच का देश है। इसको मौका मिलना चाहिए अपनी शक्ति का और अपनी बुद्धि का उपयोग करने का। जितना अवसर मिलता है वो उसको करके दिखा देता है। तो मैं सोचता हूँ आप सबके हाथों में, देश के जनता के हाथों में भारत सुरक्षित है और देश के प्रधानमंत्री जैसा चाहते हैं कि वास्तव में हम 2047 के पहले दुनिया के एक क्षेत्र में ही, हर क्षेत्र में नंबर 1 भारत बनेगा, ये इसमें क्षमता है और उस क्षमता को आप और हम सब मिलकर के और मजबूत करें। इतनी आप सबसे प्रार्थना करके एक बार आप सबका बहुत बहुत स्वागत, धन्यवाद, आभार। और आपने मुझे यहाँ दूसरी बार भी आने का मौका दिया, मैं आपका बहुत आभारी हूँ। और आप मुझसे जो भी उम्मीद करते हैं, जो मेरे लिए काम बताएंगे, मैं हमेशा आपके लिए और सेना के हर बंधु के लिए जो भी मैं इस पद पर रहते हुए अपना काम कर सकता हूँ, मैं करने में अपना सौभाग्य समझूंगा। आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Please rise for national anthem. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please keep seated. Please keep seated. Ladies and gentlemen, the first panel discussion of Sindoor will commence immediately.
Very good afternoon to all of you. I know we are running terribly behind schedule, and at the outside I must thank General Shergill and the organizers of the Chandigarh Military Literature Festival to have given us this opportunity and given me the privilege of chairing the first session this afternoon. And interestingly, the first session focuses on air power and multi-domain operations. What I'm going to do is I'll speak for 4 or 5 minutes, give you a couple of points, and then the panelists are going to speak. When we talk of multi-domain operations, this is a new terminology which has come into being when you've got the domains of cyber. Can you hear me? Can you all hear me at the back? Okay. I think this volume badhana jara. Can you hear me at the back? Okay. So I was talking about multi-domain operations. Now just to take you back into history, I'll start with an example of the first war which independent India fought, which was the battle to save Kashmir. And it was on 27th of October that the Dakotas of 12th Squadron landed at Srinagar with one Sikh led by Lieutenant Colonel Devanjit Singh, and that is how we could, save Srinagar, and thereafter multiple sorties or operations were carried out. Subsequently, in the month of May 48, the Dakotas flew across to Leh, carrying out the first landing at which was then the highest airfield in the world, by Baba Meher Singh and then Major General Thimaya, who later on became the army chief. So I just want to draw your attention to 2 points which come out from this conflict, which was the longest conflict that India has ever fought post-independence, and it was also the conflict in which the maximum number of offensive missions were flown by the Indian Air Force in support of the Indian Army. Now the Army celebrates this as the Infantry Day, rightfully so, and what I would like to draw your attention to is the fact that had it not been for the Air Force, the infantry wouldn't have reached there. So Srinagar and thereafter Kashmir could not have been saved. And had it not been for the infantry, the Air Force on its own could not have saved Kashmir. So this is a very rudimentary example of, dependence on each other, that alone we cannot achieve, we have to do it together. The second part of this operation, where Baba Meher Singh and General Thimaya flew in that Dakota, the ceiling of the Dakota was 19,500 feet, and they had to cross altitudes of 24,000 feet in an unpressurized cabin with no oxygen, with no maps, and Leh was a treacherous airfield where you could land from only one direction. And I think both Baba Meher Singh and General Thimaya trusted each other with their lives in this operation and carried out this operation together. So when we talk of multi-domain operations, this is something I think we need to keep at the back of our mind. Coming to Operation Sindoor, I think there is a lot that has been spoken, written, and also talked about. A number of books have also come out. But I would like to emphasize that, when you look at air power, I think it was air power because of its attributes of precision, reach, lethality, firepower is actually what delivered the punch. Now, everybody talks of the domains of information warfare, space, cyber, but I still maintain and feel that unless kinetic action is carried out, which actually was done on the night of 9th and early morning of 10th of May, to Pakistan, when 11 airfields were struck and the damage that occurred, this damage would not have been possible with non-kinetic operations. I agree Pakistan led the information warfare campaign. Their ISPR is far more effective. But ultimately, at the end of the day, I think we waited for the facts to speak for themselves. And today we all know the entire world knows what the Indian Armed Forces and Air Power in particular achieved during this operation. The other thing that I would like to mention about air power is that this proliferation of drones and all have led us all to believe that actually drones are going to, give you the results. I understand they've become an important part of warfare. They will create confusion, they will sow chaos, but I think when you need to deliver weapons on, precision at targets deep inside enemy territory, you cannot, for the moment, do away with manned aircraft. These opening remarks, I think the panelists have been introduced to all of you. I would request General Raj Shukla to take the stage and keep his talk limited to 10 minutes so that we get some time for question and answer as well.
Can you hear me? All right. So may I just begin by thanking the organizers for this invite to the 9th Military Lit Fest. It's great to be here in the beautiful city of Chandigarh and to be conversing about air power. So let me lay out my case for air power, my understanding of air power in terms of three metrics. The first is the salience, and as we saw during Sindoor, the salience of air power is only growing. And the second is the character. I think we've seen some very fundamental, massive transformations and disruptions in air power. So I'll dwell on them for a brief while. And finally, how should we steward our air power capacities, capabilities, and readiness levels in the next few years, or as is, I think, more appropriate in the case of air power in terms of decades. So that is what I'll do: salience, character, and how do we steward our air power capacities in the decades to come. Well, the first point that I would like to observe is this, that as we saw on the 9th of 10th May, air power is existential for this journey towards whatever Viksit Bharat. Without air power, this journey is not going to be secure. The quality of air power will determine victory or defeat in any future fight. So I think it is a supreme strategic imperative. I mean, maritimity is important, what's happening in land is important, but air power is existential. And this is despite the advent of dronery. Here I would differ with Anil. Dronery has changed the face of war fighting in Ukraine. I mean, it's been reborn as an art and science. So dronery is, I mean, a separate thing, but despite that, all this stuff that we've seen about one-way attack, first-person view drones, etc., all the way to the spider web, where you struck strategic targets at 2,500 kilometers. So despite that, the demand for air superiority is not decreasing, it is only increasing. In fact, I think we have to make a choice between two distinct evolving security architectures. And that is something the strategic community in India has to think about. Two distinct war-fighting philosophies are evolving around air power. One is what we saw in Operation Rising Lion and Midnight Hammer. You just see the Israeli strikes on Iran. They were led by the F-35 stealth aircraft. So my own inference is that without stealth, you will not be able to operate in the contested envelope. So that's one reality. Two, apart from the piloting skills, of course, they were very important. None of that targeting would have happened without units 8200, 9300, Mossad, whatever they did. And 8200, 9300 are all about cyber, EW, and space. So here I would once again disagree with Anil. These are not non-kinetic. They are deadlier than kinetic. So that's something that I think we, at least my understanding tells me. And when everything comes together, you have the classical dismantling of integrated air defense and command and control nodes. What degraded the air defense was EW. What degraded the command and control nodes was cyber. So this is why I'm a big proponent of air power, but air power in theaterized structures, not air power in silos. And of course, that laid the groundwork for the B-2 strikes on Fordo Natanz, which was clinical precision in follow-on operations. So this is one model, and here I'll emphasize, it was spearheaded by stealth. And in my view, without such stealth, as I said, you simply cannot operate in contested envelopes. So acquisition of such stealth should be our foremost priority. And in both these operations, what is remarkable is that we saw 50-year-old stealth technology defeating the most modern of Russian radars. So stealth was beating air defense hands down. So stealth, survivability, and whatever goes around it, signature management, electronic warfare, tactic techniques and procedures. Those of you who are interested, just go back. The US Air Force and Space Association, they just had a conference 1 month back on air power. And I was amazed. There are 6 sessions on EW, 6 sessions on cyber connected to air power. We are not even having these debates in India. I haven't seen them happening. And that will tell you why piloted platforms are, of course, very important, but without these wraparound technologies, they are of very little utility in modern warfare. And that is where I disagree with Anil. And therefore, and also today, now we are what, the 4th largest economy, 3rd largest economy. We have to start thinking of long-range stealth. B-2s, B-21s, 25 years from now that can strike the Chinese mainland. How else will we deter deterrence? And so the real point that I make is this, that, and we can debate this in the question answer session, that platform level integration, I shouldn't say platoon, platform level integration, Rafale and the fantastic air-to-air missiles are of course very important, but not good enough. In order to achieve air superiority, the adversary kill chains that we have to defeat are very complex. And the instruments to defeat these enemy kill chains are EW, space, cyber, information dominance, stealth, and now AI. AI, which is giving you automated threat detection, automated identification. If we do not invest 50 to 60% of our budget in these wraparound technologies, these piloted platforms, in my view, will not be very effective. And so what you need today is platform level integration, not merely exquisite platforms. And without such system level integration, I do not see the BVR stalemate that we saw in Sindoor, the inability of the 2 air forces to close in, being broken out of. And if that doesn't happen, what happens to close air support? What happens to favorable air situation? So as I said, it's a real choice that we have to make. We have to make a decisive push towards system level integration. And therefore, if we are serious about theater commands, the first 2 commands which must be given combatant command status and upgraded are space and cyber. It is so obvious, because from these capacities, you know, they will lubricate air power and everything else. You just look at the electromagnetic spectrum. It consists of radars, stealth, jamming. And I'm quoting an Air Force, US Air Force general who says EW today is as good as long-range fires because it disrupts adversary capacities at the terrestrial level, through the airborne networks, LEO, MEO, all the way to GEO. So you have to protect the spectrum and you have to attack it. And this is exactly what happened on Sindoor. It was the system level integration which was important. Not to diminish the importance of piloted platforms, but I'm making an argument for complementary use. So also, air superiority is not our manifest destiny. We'll have to work hard for it. Let me just throw this up to you. I think Sindoor was an overwhelming victory in our favor, but if the Pakistanis get these J-20s and the HQ-19s, which is stealth, which is HQ-90s might intercept BrahMos, and with the KJ-500, the air balance may just change dramatically over the next 6 months. And they are actively into conversations with the Chinese and with the Turks. So this is how important it is. Space control, let me make this point. Fordo would not have happened without the US Space Command. It was for a week that the US Space Comm did what is orbital warfare, maneuvering those satellites, positioning EM capacities, cyber capacities. We have to break one myth. ISRO has very little military utilities. ISRO is good for exploration. Military satellites, what we need are not the ones that take pictures. We need specific satellites for EW, for cyber, one exclusive satellite for SDR. Today we see how communication networks are getting jammed. We need SDR platforms, exclusive satellites, which give you networks, terrestrial, airborne, and as I said, all the way to space. Most militaries are doing it. I don't know why we aren't doing it. Space is supremely important to detect missile launches. We are aware that we have the most formidable rocket missile that the Chinese have. Hypersonics, ballistics, our cities are at risk. So we have to develop space to, today an SBIRS satellite can pick up a single lighted matchstick 250 miles away, pick up the ICBM spark in the first fraction of a second. And if you don't do it, you will not be able to intercept the missile. So some of this stuff is happening, but it is not happening in adequate measure. I think General Shergill spoke of counter space, equally important, no time to, but the point that I'm really making is this, that our engagement with enabling wraparound technologies is very shallow. Without proficiencies in such deep technologies, no air power will be worth the name. That's one point. This 5th generation fighter, we have, I mean, the Air Force chaps will do it. From open sources, what I infer is that while the F-35 is the most sought after platform, there are 600 orders already in the line, so I don't see how the Americans will give it to us. Even if they give it to us, it's phenomenally expensive, $100 million. It's going to give you it needs a weekly software update. So with all the geopolitics around it, F-35 is a no-go. Su-57 seems to be an option, but I'm surprised why it didn't work in Ukraine. So we had no option but to put everything into the AMCA. And I know it's a very, what shall I say, a far-fetched, but with private sector coming in. See, AMCA-like projects will have to be done like what the Chinese did, 1,000 talents plan. For these exclusive technologies, they got Nobel laureates from around the world. Now, if this is such a national security imperative, why can't we get 10 of these supreme scientists? My view, it's not going to happen with these, I'm not using it in a derogatory sense, but the normal run-of-the-mill scientists. These are very challenging issues. So these are the only options, they are existential. I'm sure people are working on it, and if they are not, we are in trouble. And see, if we can perfect such system level integration, as the Israelis did in Rising Lion, you get air dominance in 3.5 days. So that's what air power does. But if you don't get it right, as we see in the Ukrainian theater, where the Russian Air Force didn't get it right, air superiority may prove elusive for 3.5 years. You still haven't got it. And in that case, dronery becomes the only option. And as you see in Ukraine, now you have a low aerial flank of dronery. It is actually trench warfare occurring at 100 feet above the ground, but it is phenomenally successful. Ukrainians today are buying 8 million drones challenging artillery. Tanks don't move. And they are now creating lethal front lines, which we can replicate along the LC and the LAC. Much of it is being done, but we really need to invest in this far more. And what it has done, since air power is absent, it has given the ground commander these drones with ranges from 25 to 3,000 kilometers. So close air support, the favorable air situation is coming through dronery when integrated air power doesn't work. 3 more minutes. In terms of stewardship, may I emphasize the first and foremost challenge is stealth. 24% of the US fighter fleet is stealth, 600 aircraft. China just rolled out its 300 stealth aircraft. We just have to do something about it, or we are in severe trouble. Also look at the capacity, capability, readiness problem. And my figures are just from the open source, but see how the lag is growing. China has 1,100 frontline aircraft, all 4th and 5th generation. Even the Americans, who have 2,500 aircraft, have just 750 combat ready. If you neglect air power, this is what happens. And open source tells me we have about 400 aircraft, forget the 42 squadrons. 400 aircraft, only about 250 serviceable. Out of this, my general understanding is the older generation Jaguars, they simply cannot power their way across the high Himalayas. So against the Chinese, they are a no-go. We just have to get this piece right. The DGAQA has a wing commander. All the other services have a 3-star. We have been neglecting air power far too long. The DGQA and CEMILAC have to be placed under the CDS. They are far too obstructionist. I'll give you an example of what's happened in Ukraine. when the Americans were going through all these problems, they just a month back, the Secretary of War signed an order under this program called Det 201, inducting 4 top technical minds, the CTO of Palantir, the CTO of Meta, and Thinking Machines Lab, and one more. And see what they have done in 1 month. The president told them to take out the fluff in the American budget. Fluff. So they got to the Black Hawks program, and they identified one part, a fin of an external fuel tank. The private vendor was charging them $144,000. And because these guys had the technical confidence, they didn't just regulate like Semilac or DGQA does. They innovated. They took that part, reverse engineered it, 3D printed it, validated it in 45 days, signed off on it. So regulation with innovation. And what are the cost? $3,000. From $144,000 to $3,000. DGQA, Semilac are just regulating. Very respectfully, I mean, anybody can regulate. You have to regulate and innovate. Now, these are the models which are cropping up all over the world. We also have to do something about it. We need to allot R&D funds directly to the services. They cannot come through us from DRDO and all. And when the country today has launched this 1 lakh crore deep innovative funds for research and development, 1 lakh crore, why shouldn't 30% of it not be for defense? Why shouldn't we even pitch for it? This revenue capital is a process-oriented way of spending your money. It should be outcomes. So outcomes in terms of R&D, platforms, the HR budget. Those who need to be paid must be paid. That 1,000 talents plan. Technology suits. India and the Indian military are in danger of missing the 4th industrial revolution. We know the 1st industrial revolution went the way of the Brits. The 2nd and 3rd, Americans. The 4th industrial revolution is going the way of the Chinese, but we are in danger of missing the bus. Even the Indian military is sleeping. And unless you have capacities in these kind of technologies, air power, land power, maritime power will be absent. So that's the larger pitch I'm making. Piloted platforms, important, but all these things simply have to be done. We have to look at the CCA. Everybody is looking at the CCA now. This fighter 4 drones, fighter 8 drones, because it will give you increased air combat capacity at lower cost than traditional fighters. And you see, it can't be sequential. कि पहले हम LCA करेंगे, फिर 10 साल बाद CCA करेंगे. It will all be obsolescent. So we have to look at air power in this very integrated manner. Look at our AD topology. I'm surprised that we don't raise this issue enough. These high-powered ground radars, my information tells me in numbers we are just equal to the Pakistanis. We need so many more. Otherwise, that rocket force of the Chinese, whenever it gets used, it's going to create havoc. And I suspect when the Prime Minister was talking of Sudarshan Chakra, this is what he was meaning. So we really need to, beef up all these things, combat enablers like Netra, etc., etc. A few points about Atmanirbharta and defense as it pertains to air power. We have to take stock of our materials. If you speak to some senior people, they'll tell you, sometimes we have the talent, we have the money, we just don't have boron. If you don't have boron, there'll be no missiles. So these choke points which are now playing out between the Americans and the Chinese, rare earths, we're going to hit us also. We need to take a serious stock at this. Look at how innovation is happening once again in Ukraine. It's unbelievable. Today, if you're a battalion commander in Ukraine, on your mobile phone, you can choose this camera, this sensor, this kind of stuff, buy it like Amazon, buy it off. You have cut out all those GSQR and those fancy procedures. It's been done. Why can't we do it? And see how it's being done with units. So if I knock off 6 tanks, if I knock off 6 artillery guns, I can redeem these points. I can redeem these points on that catalog. This is just to cut the bureaucracies. And so many examples like this. Let me give you one HR example. Air power, you need somebody with a vision of 10 to 15 years. Here the director, HAL, comes at 58 and is out at 60. What will he plan? So these kind of very lazy, models just have to go out. And the other point is that this whole business is now moving to sensing beyond line of sight, sense making. So my conclusion is that there has to be, if we are serious about air power in the manner that the challenges confront us, there has to be a national security awakening renaissance around air power. These inefficiencies, tribalisms, lazy thoughts and structures need surgical eradication. Budget is one part of the problem, but 60 to 70% of these problems are structural and cultural, and we must do it because our air warriors deserve better. And once we do all this, in fact, it's not sequential. If we do all this, air power has to play out in theaterized structures, because theaterization is not about air power. It's about giving theater commanders a quasi-diplomatic role, shaping areas beyond you. So we should not, link theaterization just to air power. Theaterization is a far bigger argument, and air power, as I argued over the last 10 minutes, is phenomenally important. I now look forward to what the other panelists have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Raj, and over to Air Marshal Sachdeva.
We CDM guys are a little incomplete without a presentation. So be it anyway, we just can't talk to the audience without a presentation, because I feel that that's how we connect with you. When I was coming up onto the stage, I thought that I will have to speak, the presentation is generally done in English. So I thought, seeing the audience, I thought I will have to speak in Hindi also. Then I realized, no, I will have to speak to them in Punjabi, because I will have to switch from English, but I have my English friends here, so I'll have to switch from English to Hindi, because I'm yet to tell them what the governor spoke and why we all were clapping. Because except for one odd, nobody else would have understood what the governor made us clap so much for. So once the NCC cadets left and the school boys and girls left, I said, okay, then I can remain with English. And in between maybe Hindi, so that I don't confuse you. And I see the Air Wing boys here, but obviously if this is an Air Force subject, will they like it? So let's have an insight in the third largest Air Force. We've just been declared the third largest Air Force of the world. General Shukla has spoken to you what needs to be done, where the nation is lacking as compared to so many other nations which are number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4 economy-wise. Yes, we were a poor nation. We had a lot to do, a lot to go through before we actually pushed the military up. I remember my air chief saying in one of these seminars that I will fight with what I have. We don't have 42 squadrons, we don't have this, we don't have that. Yes, building up, our pace is slow, but when the bugle is sounded, you and me, we fight with what we have. That's exactly what we've done since 1947. You had 10 Dakotas in 47, just 2 months after our independence, and like AVM Gulani was mentioning, we moved the one Sikh all the way to Srinagar and we saved Srinagar. Okay, we pushed part of the rebels back, and that's when the line of control came. Okay, this is yours, this is ours, whatever. But we could do that with just 10 Dakotas. And 10 Dakotas could carry only 30 tons of load. 3 tons per Dakota. Today the Air Force capacity is 3,000 tons per mission. That's the transport fleet which is transformed from 47 to today. So if you add whatever aeroplanes we have and we are getting, today we have 3,000 tons. That means so many times more than what we were during independence, on the day we got independent. So that's the way we are moved. But let's see how the Air Force fights a war. Do we have a doctrine? Do we have a book? Do we have anything which tells us how to fight a war? And then I will jump to Op Sindoor, because that's one of the subjects here. Did we use that during Op Sindoor, and to what level? And in the end, maybe compare the two. We got 2 boats behind 1965 war and this Operation Sindoor. What has changed from 65 war fighting to Operation Sindoor? Let's see how it goes. Kaise kaam karega bhai? Okay. First of all, we know that the national level directives come from the Union war book, goes down to MOD war book, goes down to RM op directive. This is how the military fights. So somebody says we don't have a white paper, so on, just forget about it. These are the documents we fly, we work on in the military. If we have a theatre commander tomorrow, a lot of buzz is going on this. Will we have it? Will we not have it? What will be the structure? Forget about that. Once we have it, this is how the whole game plan will go. There will be a COSC. We have 4 of them, with the CDS being the permanent chairman, chief of staff committee. He will do everything, plan out, throw it up to the joint op planning center. From there, we will go for external support. And finally, the tactical situation room of the CDS will actually go into war fighting. And he will have his AOC&C, GOC&C and FOC&C under him. Who will have what role? The government is still deciding on it. Well, national security, we are all aware that it goes from security objective to national security strategy, then we go to military objectives, and we go to military strategy. We'll forget about all this. This is all theory. We're going as per this. Now, what are the objectives of the IAF once we have got these documents in place? If somebody wants to read it, fair enough. IF has a particular line cut. This is what you will do in war. And where I want to take you is, did we do that in Op Sindoor? This is the IF doctrine, available online 2022. And it talks about capability of the Air Force. Reach, flexibility, versatility, mobility and responsiveness, offensive lethality and trans-domain operational capability. This is what the doctrine says Air Force is supposed to have. Coming to Op Sindoor. So state of nation is generally we are in no war, no peace, or we are at war, or we are in peace. What we do? The air strategy moves like this: achieve the NSO, national security objective, joint military strategy, political will, spectrum of conflict, no war, no peace. So these are the things which the Air Force theoretically is supposed to do. The air strategy is wartime strategy. You have a strategy for no war, no peace. You have a strategy for peace. So let's see what happens in peace. These are the 3 main air strategies which we have. This is the important thing. You have ORPs, you have CAP, you have SAGW to protect anything which is coming in. I'm talking about the air defense. And these are the items which you have today, and we've all been seeing this during Op Sindoor for the last 4-5 months. We are only talking about Op Sindoor. Then there is deterrence. 24/7 AD cover is given to the Indian airspace. You have nuclear air vectors which are always ready. At what state, I won't know, but they're supposed to be ready. Air diplomacy, you have UN peacekeeping, HADR, evacuation of Indians, international access. There's so much which the Indian Air Force does. And nation building, aid to civil power, you've seen we bringing in people back. Today the diaspora has got confidence. If anything happens anywhere in the world, which is happening every now and then, they will be evacuated back. They will be brought back safely. No war, no peace. We are always information dominance, shaping operations, external security. All this is supposed to be done. General Shukla has told you where we are lacking in this. Theory is all available. Wartime air strategy, yes, we have command and control of air operations, control of air, counter air operations, and so on. This is all theory available on open domain. So this is our air defense radars, which was just mentioned that all the drones were shot down or whatever happened to whatever came from across the border. Even the governor mentioned it. We took on their airfields. This is how the book says. The first thing it says is offensive operation SEAD. Suppression of enemy air defense. You first destroy his air defense, suppress the air defense, only then I'll be able to comfortably go in. The second one is airfield attack. We did these two comfortably. Fighter sweeps were not required because we did not cross over. All of us were thinking the new Veer Chakras giving us an information that we did cross over. Sorry, we did not cross over. As for the information is available with us. So this is how the whole wartime goes on. We'll skip this. Let's see pillars of air strategy. Battle space transparency, network cyber info warfare, electronic warfare, techno-logistics and admin, HR and management and training. This is what the Air Force is aiming for. How much are we moving in a democratic country with the budgets available is left to time and those who are into it as of now. Let's get on to Operational Sindoor. Once again, I have got my CDM alumni here. as Major General, but CDM is uncomfortable if we do not go into SWOT analysis. Unless I check my strengths, weakness, opportunities, and threat which came out from Operation Sindoor, I think I'll be incomplete in talking about Operation Sindoor. So let's go into it. What were my strengths? They all listed. The red ones are important. Political will is available to go in. Conflict termination, a very nice thing which the chief mentioned, that this nation has the ability to decide when to terminate the conflict. So what if somebody says, kya yaar, 99 pe declare kar diya, we could have gone in further, we could have done more. Sorry, our aim was not that. Our aim was only the terrorist camp. Yes, they retaliated, we went on till the time they said, okay, stop. DGMO gives a call and says stop, so we stopped. Calibrated force application and in-house technology. These were my strengths during Operation Sindoor. I go on to weaknesses. Notice the red ones again. Operational losses, survivability gap, CR-DR limitation, electronic warfare limitation, and narrative control. We all know we lost the narrative control. Today the Pakistani class books are saying that they won Op Sindoor. It has been added in the class text. So children are learning that they won Op Sindoor. Notwithstanding the 13 major airfields which they have, we destroyed 11 of them, we destroyed whatnot, and we don't talk about it. Reason was, there was a requirement to give a proof of what we had done. After seeing Balakot, without a proof, a lot of flack came on the military through the political route. But now, we wanted to have a proof. Now the satellite comes after some time, maybe 24 hours. Only when the satellite pictures came that we could come forward and tell people that this is what exactly happened. So we lost the narrative war there. In fact, one of the one of the seminar here, somebody asked me, why didn't the DGMO come and give a briefing every day? Why were these wing commanders and lieutenant colonels coming and giving briefing? So I asked him a counter question. I said, what is the full form of DGMO? He said, Director General Military Operations. So I said, is he supposed to do military operations or come and give you a brief? So he was busy with his military operations. Forget about the brief it carry on. But we lost that narrative. Opportunities, indigenous development and in-house precision weapons. This is what went in our favor. How we going to enhance on it is different. Threats, two front, both in west. We've been talking about two fronts, east and west. This time, two fronts, both in the west. Pakistan, a Chinese testbed. Electronic warfare, integrated air defense, Chinese technology, US assets in Pakistan, maybe nuclear threshold. Has the nuclear threshold been lowered? I really don't know. I'm not an expert on this. Because I kept on getting hammered as Pakistan and I did not use my nuclear. And I went into a lot of destruction. Will I let that happen the next time? Or will I take on my nuclear assets halfway through? So that's somebody in the nation has got to decide on that, those who are specialists on it. Well, anyway, transforming SWOT into strategies is another thing. It's a huge subject. I will not touch upon it, but I will just say there's a grand strategy which I'm proposing. Phase 1 strategies are these. Let's go into critical. Reduce narrative response time from 24 plus hours to something now. What has happened? Let's tell the public now. Quickly going into the next one. Priority is high, aim to reduce aircraft vulnerability metrics. How the ethos is going to do it, they're already working on it. Operational doctrines have to quickly get reformed because you can't fight the next Operational Sindoor the way we fought it in the month of May. Priority is high, the doctrines has to come out. Unified command and control of all sensors. We're talking about strategy phase 2, which is maybe next 5 years. And we are capable of indigenous, we've shown it. Need to enhance R&D, exactly what General Shukla mentioned, and the budgets. Force structure optimization is high, Air Force multipliers. Anyway, we can keep going on with this, and time constraint with this thing, I'll just skip to AI and space-based assets have to be integrated. Now, if we are talking about 10 years from now, we have to transform into the next generation aeroplanes, manned and unmanned teaming. Maybe more unmanned, but you cannot fly alone with unmanned. It has to be a combination of both. Today I'm saying I have got less number of squadrons. I'm supposed to send 4 aeroplanes as a package. I could send 1 with 3 unmanned. So I have 4 packages going with the same 4 pilots. So this is maybe a future which somebody must be thinking and working on it. Strategic deterrence, yes, we have to escalate management through power projection. We are doing that. And alliances and partnership, large-scale in-house production, private partners are coming in. Human capital development, yes, training has to happen, and sure, I have to show my CDM picture and can't do without that. Military education, development, and connect to the think tanks is very important. And infrastructure, secured communication, cyber, we just spoke about it. And ecosystem for participation by private players has commenced, but at a very low rate. It should happen because R&D money coming from the government for DRDO is so many lakh crores. But R&D money available with private industry is less. So we are competing the two, and we have to join up the two. Anyway, with this, I will skip. Let's see 65, what all happened, and compare it with Op Sindoor. Strategic impact, both claim victory. Exactly what happened this time. Both air forces focused more on air-to-air combat and closer support. Didn't happen this time. IF's large fleet, tactical outcome, fleet provided better. Most air battles were inconclusive. Same happened this time. Limited deep strike missions due to short conflict durations. We went deep inside without going inside this time. Equipment lessons, Indian NATs proved, and so the surface-to-air missiles had minimal impact due to limited deployment, but this time surface-to-air missiles did wonders by taking down that SAP 2000, as we hear. Pilot losses were severe. You know, when we talk about India lost 5 aeroplanes, everybody starting from Trump downwards to the last street vendor is saying, "Hamare 5 jahaz gire." How many aeroplanes did, who won the Second World War? It was the Americans, the European sector, and the Russians put together won the Second World War. Americans lost 65,000 aeroplanes. Europe lost 35,000 and Russia lost 1 lakh. 2 lakh aeroplanes were shot down. Still they won the war. So come on, let's not talk about winning the war because of losing aircraft, and this has got nothing to do with a battle or a war as such. And nobody is asking me how many aeroplanes did Pakistan lose. Nobody questions that. They only India ke 5 gire. Anyway, victory is air power, and with that I rest my case. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Air Marshal Sachdev, for giving us a rundown on the Air Force doctrine and Operation Sindoor. We have some time, so if there are any questions, I would request people to raise their hands and keep their question short. Yeah, this young girl at the back. Do we have a mic?
Good afternoon, panelists, all the esteemed audience. Myself, Srishti. I am a second year BS student. My major is political science, and I am doing my skill courses in defense journalism. Sir, as you have mentioned that we are lacking, that we are not going to have the 4th industrial revolution, and few months back, Chief Air Marshal Sir, he addressed that if Pakistan thinks that they have dropped down my 15 jets, I will cater them in the next 5 with the 15 less. But all these things that we are not even good in cyberspace, and Pakistan is going to buy F-35 from China. That's a 5th generation jet till 2025. And हमारा 5th generation अभी 35 तक बनेगा, उसकी भी हमें shorty नहीं है. How could he remarks that? Was it just on the base of pure nationalism? Like we are lacking so much. Will we able to cater them with less than 15 jets in next fight?
We'll take on 1 or 2 more questions and let the panel answer. Yes, sir.
Question to all 3 panelists. We are talking about the escalatory matrix. I am General Sudhakar from Maha Regiment. Dominating the escalatory matrix was one of the, I think, primary issues which, to my mind, played a very important role during Operation Sindoor. When I say dominating the escalatory matrix, it also gave us the advantage of conflict termination at our will. Let's say in times ahead, the Pakistan DGMO doesn't come on his knees. and doesn't offer for negotiation or bringing the conflict to an end, for whatever, because the nature of conflict is actually opening up into different dimensions. If that doesn't happen, will India continue to retain the advantage of dominating the escalatory matrix and having that conflict termination in our favors?
We'll take on one more question. Yes, please go ahead.
Hello. Hello. Sir, as Lieutenant General Shukla said, that we need technology upgradation. We are
Can you
lacking
just speak
somewhere.
loudly?
We are lacking somewhere. Lieutenant General Shukla said, and Air Marshal said, that we are capable, but we are having with us. In case gap is there, how much time we are going to take to blend both the things? Thank you.
Raj, can I ask you to respond in 2 minutes to these questions?
One last question.
Yes, sir. I have a question. Strictly speaking, only battles are won or lost. The outcome of a war is a complex issue that, historians, political scientists, and so on will decide. So skirmishes in this Sindor thing, we know that, the outcome there. But the fact remains that a smaller country is persistently, consistently challenging us. And that, does raise questions in our mind. We can't do a similar thing against China, for instance. So, that problem is going to nag us. Why does this happen that a smaller country is consistently, persistently able to challenge us? Are we not performing broadly, in a broader sense, not just the hardware? Are we not performing up to mark? That's the broader issue.
All right, so a couple of issues got raised. I'll just group all of them and, just say a few things. See, my understanding is this. If our economy is 10 times that of Pakistan, Bharat Karnad famously says that Pakistan's GDP is less than the market cap of Bombay Stock Exchange. Should this economic differential not reflect in strategic military terms? So it should be combat overmatch with Pakistan. Let him wonder about escalation, Sudhakar. Why should we fear? We should have such combat overmatch that he will not do a terrorist attack. See, this time we took out the brother-in-laws of Masood Azhar. If we, like the Israelis, were capable of taking out Masood Azhar, or if we think it is DGISI who's the terror handmaiden, take him out, will he do it next time? The Israelis do it. Since 2006, they knew every night where Nasrullah was sleeping. They took him out only in 2024. So it's capacities. I am an advocate of deterrence. Create such combat overmatch that Pakistan will not even initiate. He's not irrational. When he senses all these deficits and the things that we don't do, this is what makes Pakistan do what he does. Now with China, I'll just take 30 seconds more. With China, it has to be a symmetric addressal on the back of technological innovation. If Ukraine, a country without an air force or a navy, can keep the world's a very formidable military at bay for 3.5 years, we with all our strengths cannot be asymmetrically deter China. Of course we can. One last point I'll make about budgets. I'm pleasantly surprised to hear young economists today, a guy called Aditya Kovaleri, he's in Chandigarh somewhere, another guy called Harsh Madhusudan Gupta, who are saying that if you spend 1 rupee on defense, it adds 1 rupee to the GDP. Defense has a fiscal multiplier of 2. So they are saying when your strategic threats are such, you can transit to a war economy. So even the economic argument in the view of economists is daft. And the last point that I'd like to make, this is in the context of the book that I've just written. It's not to promote the book, but in a context, 70 to 75% of the stuff that we need to do is budget agnostic. It is cultural. structural, lengthening the tenure of HAL, chairman, DGQA putting a 3-star, DGAFQA. Look how we've regressed. There was a time when when air chiefs did a tenure as chairman, MD HAL before they became chiefs. Air Marshal Katre, Air Marshal PC Lal. We have regressed everywhere. So our problem is cultural, structural, silos and thinking. And of course, then there are a host of other issues. But if we just do this, Pakistan will be deterred. China will be deterred. So these are, some of the thoughts that I have.
You got answered, or you have the question still? What was the question once again, please? You're the first one. And you were going too fast.
Come closer and speak. You can.
No, these journals in the front won't do anything, no harm to you. You come forward. They're very, very docile. Okay. Okay, the two things which you mentioned. One is if somebody asked the chief, I was there when he was asked, put this question, that Pakistan is thinking that they have shot down 15 jets of ours. If that is the case, that means tomorrow when the Pakistan is planning a war with us, in their matrix they will put 15 Indian jets less. But let them think that way. Maybe we don't have those many jets gone. So this is how we play a war game, and actually the war. That they have 100, now they have 85. This is what Pakistan will think about us. But we have 95. So those 10 aeroplanes will be a surprise to them. This is number one. And
I think...
we getting the 5th generation, 6th generation is, see, for a war fighting, for an aerial war, you require every generation from 4, 4.5, 5, 5.5 and 6 and so on. Generation is a very difficult thing to define, that why we call it 5th generation and why we call it 4.5 generation. Okay, so, and he also made a mention that whatever I have, I will fight the war with that, and he's shown that. So what if the Chinese jets were fighting from this side? He took them on. So that's the way the entire team which is sitting here, they've been fighting war with less. No country, even US today, has got everything to fight the war the way they want the equipment for. Everybody's got less. Okay, but still we fight the war. Like very rightly mentioned by him, Ukraine has taken on Russia for 3.5 years. And we thought within 72 hours, Ukraine will be actually taken over by Russia. 3.5 saal ho gaye, kuch nahi hua, so don't worry.
Anil, can I make one point? 30 seconds.
Yeah, okay, 30 seconds.
See, this question came up time and again that, why are we looking at our deficits? So say we don't look at our deficits. It was in 2007 that a guy called Robert Spalding in US wrote a book called Stealth Wars. And War by Stealth, about the Chinese, how the Chinese were getting ahead. And then 20 authors wrote stuff. The Americans did nothing. So today they are in this pathetic state where for a Taiwan contingency, while they have 7 days of missiles and munitions, the Chinese, because of robotic enabled factories, can churn out 10,000 cruise missiles a week. So I'm saying, why get to that? And now that the Americans have woken up, in my view, they'll surge ahead of the Chinese because they are phenomenally innovative. So I'm just saying, look at your problems and address them. So that is really my argument. And if you are not careful, you will go the way of the Americans. 1,100 aircraft, 750. So even mighty USA has plumbed to where it is because it slept. Why should we keep sleeping? That's the question I ask.
Okay, I would like to thank both the panelists for the talk, and I'll just mention 2 points as far as my closing remarks are concerned. I think the point that I made when you're talking of multi-domain operations is that when you look at space, cyber and electronic warfare, all these are enablers. And if you could do your job only with enablers, then why would the United States do Operation Midnight Hammer or Israel do Operation Rising Lion? Eventually you have to kill that human being, the person, the leader or the target or whatever it is. The second point is that we invariably tend to make comparisons with countries like the United States and China, which we must refrain from. I understand there are structural problems. I understand there are cultural problems. I also understand that we cannot achieve everything at once. But I think you have to give it to the present leadership, which has displayed the political will to at least chart and go on this path of development. And I think the onus is on us to deliver to the government, in whatever capacity we are and wherever we are. Thank you very much, General Raj Shukla and Air Marshal Sachdev. Thank you.
Right, we thank the panel for a very impressive first session. Sir, 1 minute, please. May I request General Kandil to kindly come up and present the MLF mementos to the panelists of the first session. General Kandil, sir, please. Let's have a round of applause. Can we have the others, please? And last but not the least, the moderator, Air Vice Marshal Golani.
Well done, sir.
Thank you very much, sirs. And for the next session, I hand you over to Aradhika. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to announce the next session, the topic of which is in multi-domain warfare is Schwerpunkt possible on the plains of the Indian subcontinent. To be part of the session, I invite on stage Lieutenant General A.B. Shivane, Major General Jagatbir Singh. The session is moderated by Major General Harvijay Singh. So Lieutenant General Ashok Bhim Shivane is a distinguished veteran of the Indian Army's Armored Corps. A former Director General Mechanized Forces, he has commanded the Elite Strike Corps and has played pivotal roles in operations such as Vijay and Parakram. He holds multiple advanced degrees and has represented India in the UN peacekeeping missions. Decorated with PVSM, AVSM and VSM, he is widely recognized for his contributions to defense modernization and strategic planning. Post-retirement, he continues to shape thought leadership as a consultant, author and speaker on national security and military transformation. Major General Jagatbir Singh is a distinguished officer of the Armored Corps. He has held numerous command, staff and instructional appointments during his career. He served as a military observer with the United Nations in Iraq and Kuwait between the two Gulf Wars. Decorated with a VSM, he retired in 2018 and continues to contribute to strategic discourse through writings and lectures on defense, leadership, and gender integration in combat arms. Major General Harvijay Singh is a third-generation army officer whose legacy continues through his two sons, both serving in the armed forces. The general has been decorated with the Sena Medal and has won the Scholar Warrior Badge for strategic thinking and contemporary writing. A prolific writer, he has authored 3 books and regularly contributes articles on military history, strategy, cyber warfare, and technology to leading journals. Academically, he holds a BTech, a Master's in Management, and a certification and certifications in ethical hacking and cyber forensics. Gentlemen, you have 1 hour for this session, which includes the question and answers. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to a strategic bite before lunch. We have an expert panel, Journalist Shivane and Jagatbir Singh. I will be the Sutradhar. I will start briefly by introducing these three bullets or these subjects in red. That is multi-domain warfare, Schwerpunkt, and plains of the subcontinent. Well, the plains of the subcontinent. Before that, we want to touch upon the geography of India, which is very diverse. We have super high altitude, the plains, the deserts, the deltas, what have you. Every kind of geography exists here, and we have large borders with our neighbors, Pakistan and China, the hostile ones, and the other, Bangladesh, Myanmar, etc. Kabhi khushi, kabhi gum. So they keep us all busy. The Himalayas too stretch about 2,400 kilometers and have their own challenges for us. The areas of interest that I am speaking about is the Ravi-Chenab corridor, the plains of Punjab, and the Thar Desert. The Thar Desert is an interesting phenomenon and a great asset with us. It is about 200,000 square kilometers of area. Out of that, 85% is with India and 15% with Pakistan. Now this is a great advantage for India, a maneuver-rich buffer, and with forward defense. The next is the plains of Punjab. This is full of rivers and canals. It has a lot of value as far as the targets are concerned on both sides. So the defenses will have to be very strong here. The Ravi-Chenab corridor has the Shakargarh bulge, which is a prominent intrusion into India. Pakistan has advantage of interdicting our highway, which is located here, that goes to J&K, but then we can attack him from 3 directions. So our plains are not a wall, they are a maneuverous capability which comes to India through them. The next is about multi-domain warfare. We know that it is an integration of operations across land, air, sea, cyber, space, and cognitive domains to outmaneuver the adversaries. So multi-domain warfare is very recent, very current. We have seen this during Op Sindoor and other operations which are current or for which people are planning. The
May
next
10th,
is
1940, Germany struck west. In just days, their blitzkrieg tore through Belgium and the Netherlands. The French army, one of the strongest in Europe, was outflanked and surrounded. German tanks bypassed the Maginot Line, the impenetrable defense, and drove straight to Paris. Within 6 weeks, France had fallen. On June 14th, German troops marched into Paris, and Britain stood alone against Hitler's war machine.
The Germans gave us this term called Schwerpunkt. Schwerpunkt. This has different translations, many of them center of gravity or concentration of force. It had great relevance in the World War II when the Germans, ignoring the well-prepared Maginot Line, decided to attack through a very dense jungle which existed in Netherlands, Belgium and northeastern France, and a panzer group, Kleist, formed the Schwerpunkt. That means it was the center of gravity of that assault. Well, so like I said, it was a center of gravity. Schwerpunkt's marriage with multi-domain warfare. So we're talking about a marriage between the center of gravity and the current emphasis on the multi-domain warfare. We have known, we've seen that it is an orchestra, the multi-domain warfare is an orchestra. They always use that to eliminate the enemy's electronics and cognitive domains, and before going in for any kinetic weapon attack. Germany operates with a mission command control. The mission command control allows commanders freedom to operate during any kind of operation. We saw this interesting concept being used during Sindoor too. Our commanders had complete freedom of operation. Russia, it goes in for deep attacks. An example is Crimea. In 2014, the little green men came into Crimea, and before even Ukraine knew, Crimea was Russian. China has its information warfare. With their information warfare, they create narratives which reduce the enemy's cognitive responses, very well seen in the South China Sea. Coming to Sindoor, Well, Schwanpunkt principles were adequately used, focusing combat power at decisive points without any escalation and strategic reach. That is an important principle of the center of gravity, concentration of force, or Schwanpunkt principle. Focused lethality. We hit the targets only that we wanted to hit. Surprise and speed. That is the essential thing, because if there is no surprise, the enemy is prepared. If there is no speed, the enemy can react. Operational commanders enjoyed complete autonomy. That is the mission command principle. And we saw kinetic, cyber, electronic warfare principles being employed. So it was overall a multi-domain integration. Well, having gone through the basics of the Schwanpunkt, which I wanted actually for the younger children,
Jeb, and thank you organizers for this opportunity to share my thoughts on a topic which is as old and as new as possible. The first thing I did was to look up the pronunciation of square punct, because in a modern era of new jargons, how do you pronounce it? So square punct is here to stay, and I'm sure this afternoon Clausewitz would be tossing and turning in his grave as we speak of something which he wrote in his book on war. But that book was never completed in his lifetime. It was a draft left by the strategist before he passed away. And it was his wife, along with his colleagues and other strategists, who collected this draft, knew about his thoughts, and put them together into a book that we know called On War. In all the seriousness of this mood of this morning, in the lighter note, let me draw two conclusions from this. One is, behind every successful man is a woman. And the last is, the woman has the last say. And so was Clausewitz's theory. But more importantly, this Clausewitzian theory of square punct stood the test of the art and science of warfare for many decades. So why are we here, and what has changed today is something that I'm going to talk to you for 2 minutes before I hand over to General Jagatbir and then come back to give certain recommendations. To my mind, two things have changed in the 21st century. One is the transition from the battlefield to the battle space, from a physical geography to an invisible geometry.
but the least read author. And I said, please put up your hands, all those who've read On War from beginning to end. Very few, actually none of the students had read him. So even his book, like General Shivane has brought out, it was published after he died. It was published by his wife. And there were 8 books. So the main books are book 1 and 8. And this Schwerpunkt definition, center of gravity, comes from book 8. But apart from this thing, there are many other, sayings and all which are attributed to Clausewitz. And Clausewitz over the years has shaped military thinking and shaped the way people think over the years. So that's something that we all must understand. Okay. So his framing of military strategy remains central and indispensable even today. Till he comes on. So Clausewitz was a Prussian theorist, and he wrote this book when he was commandant of the War College or equivalent, and he was there for 12 years as the commandant. So he wrote this over a period of time. And what he says in this book is, on war or Wormkrug, he stressed the need to identify the hub of all power and movement, and that he called the Schwerpunkt. And he said this is the direct concentrated force against it, and the traditional use of that was against armies, capitals or leadership. In fact, in his book, throughout the book, he talks a lot about his experience was formed by the Napoleonic Wars. So he talks a lot about Paris, and he says if Paris is held, Paris is attacked, France will fall. And many years later, like there's a reference to World War II, the German aim was to capture Paris, hold Paris, and that's what happened exactly. The presentation is not working, sir. So his key issues were, concentration of force at critical points, rapid execution of tempo and adaptability, and flexibility under battlefield dynamism while maintaining your focus. Now, how is it relevant in the modern day? That is what is important, because it continues to guide our command and battle doctrines worldwide. So worldwide, people still read Clausewitz and still, draw things from what Clausewitz had to say. And so, again, a small aside. The first time Clausewitz fought the war, he was born in 1880, he fought the war as a child soldier, what you'll term today, at 12 years old in 1892. Okay, I think there's a problem with the presentation, so we'll just skip the... So I said he fought the war as a child soldier in 1892, and at that time, little later, the next war, he was taken a prisoner along with his commanding officer, who was a prince, and then he saw how France operated. So his thoughts were shaped by France, and later on, many years later, he was, with the Russian army. So this is the background of Clausewitz. Now, he talks about the definition being the hub of all power and movement on which everything depends. And this definition is taken from a book by Peter Parrott and Michael Howard. Now the contemporary, interpretation is that, The contemporary interpretation is that has this changed? Is it still one tangible thing, or are there, many other changes that have taken place in identifying a center of gravity, and how is it applicable today? So what are they? How do you protect your own center of gravity? How do you weaken the enemy's center of gravity? And today it's expressed in the term C5 ISR, which General Shivane will be touching upon, which is command, control, communications, coordination, combat systems, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. So that is the modern hub. So there have been various, interpretations of his definition. So over the years, and the first English translation came out in 1874 by J.J. Graham, in which he says center of gravity. Parrott also talks of center of gravity, but some people talk of it being a focal point and main point. So what exactly is it? Is it a single pressure point that if pressure is applied, the entire enemy system will collapse on itself and the enemy will cease to function? So that is the importance of center of gravity. So Staff College in Wellington also has a definition which I pulled out, and that says it's the source of power that provides moral and physical strength, freedom of action, or the will to act. In generic terms, the center of gravity can be defined as a source of mass strength, physical or moral, or a source of leverage. So actually it seems to be a single pressure point, and if pressure is applied at that point, the entire enemy system collapses. So it's like in boxing, it's like a knockout blow. But in today's context, what was mentioned earlier, is the enemy an army? Is it a leadership, or is it far more than that? So is it a system of systems? And now we come on to the action aspect of what is multi-domain warfare.
Joined the Prussian military and fought against revolutionary France. In 1801, he was admitted to the Institute for Young Officers in Berlin and began his formal military education, an opportunity that would set the course for his future academic career. His time on the battlefield was still far from over though, where he would fight for Prussia in the Napoleonic Wars. During this period, he became an instructor at the New Officers Academy and a military tutor to the Crown Prince. Later, he would lead one of 4 Prussian military corps in the final battles that saw the demise of Napoleon. With Napoleon defeated, a relative peace ensued, which allowed Clausewitz to buckle down on military theory. He became head of the military academy in Berlin, where he began writing his classic text, On War.
Next. Yeah, so all this I've covered. Next slide. These are the various definitions of Schwerpunkt over the years. Next. This is what I told you what the Staff College definition is. Next. Yeah, so multi-domain. Multi-domain is physically, a domain is physically defined portion of any operational environment requiring a unique set of war-fighting skills. So as General Shivane said, modern conflict exists beyond land, sea, air to include the electromagnetic, cyber, space and cognitive domains, and decisive effects lie outside these domains. So examples can be today of the Russian cyber and disinformation operations during the Ukraine invasion, Israel's precision strikes with information warfare. But for India now, we've seen how this has taken place. So this is something, this challenge is immediate. It is not something that can be relegated to academic discussions. General Shukla talked about how we need to transform ourselves. And we also face a challenge, not only from, we face a dual challenge, that is from China as well as from Pakistan. And so victory today depends upon mastering and the convergence across all domains. Next. So this is how the, thing unfolds, how the doctrines are, what are the operating environments, and finally you come to the multi-domain concept. Next. This is the hermeneutical spiral, how you formulate theory and interpret theory. Next. Now, traditional domains are under new pressure, while land, maritime and air remain vital, but they are constrained and are affected by new domains. Land, tank and armor, people have talked about that, how they've been neutralized by drones, loitering ammunition, munitions. Sea, you're talking of unmanned systems. Air, we've just had a wonderful discussion on the problems of air. And for India, maritime, environment, vulnerability affects our economic stability. So numerical strength today doesn't give you an advantage unless you have cross-domain integration and protection. Next. Cyberspace is the new arena. We are the new signature of the contemporary contested battlefields. Small actors, they can be sitting anywhere in the world, anywhere without much resources, can, paralyze your functions through code and system exploits. There are problems of your network stability. How do you do it? There's a question of data security. Where is your data stored? How is it stored? How is it secure? And General Shivanesh spoke of AI also. Next. The other issue today is space. Space has moved from, exploration to the core of national security. China's made huge progress in this. Please excuse me. And Pakistan is a nation with no or meager space assets, but depends on Chinese capabilities. So how do you harden your existing space assets? How do you create rapid replenishment capacity? How do you integrate space fully into the C5ISR architecture? And space is integrative domain for multi-domain operations. Next. Now, cognitive warfare we've talked a lot about, and you've seen the cognitive dimensions during Operation Sindoor. Now, even in 65, Pakistan was convinced, their population was convinced that they had won the war. Even now, their population is convinced about something else which has not happened. President Trump has been convinced that, as per the latest, 8 planes have been dropped. So, this is the power of the narrative today. So, today, whoever's got a stronger story wins. So, people are being affected by the stories which are being told. So this is something that we found was a problem as far as our strategic communication took place, and it was visible in Balakot also. So this is something China talks about, systems of system warfare. So what is the spirit of objective inquiry and how do you do it? Next. So revisiting the center of gravity, Clausewitz was both a product of his time and experience. He talked only of land, though that time it was land and maritime. Air had not come in. His concept remains valid but needs systematic analysis. You have to know what shaped his thought and how they have shaped strategic military thoughts over the years. What is the hub now? What is your focus now? And, you have to, does his principles still apply today? And what is this? He gave you a spirit of objective inquiry and the ability to combine reality and theory. Next. So this is what Lawrence Friedman had to say about center of gravity, which is totally different. And he's a person who speaks in King's College. And he said that the center of gravity was Clausewitz's most confusing and worst contribution to strategic thought. Too often drives planners towards oversimplification and a linear thought process. But today, I say contemporary operational environments are complex adaptive systems. It's still applicable, but you have to tweak it to understand. Next. So these are the limits of the classical center of gravity in modern warfare. My case in point is there a case for multiple center of gravity since you are operating in multiple domains? So is there a case for that? Next. Yeah, this is what you read about during the Gulf War. This is John Warden 3. He talked of, you know, the concerted rings, the 5 rings, and these are what he had identified as the center of gravity at that time. Next. This is how the center of gravity transforms during a, you know, campaign from first echelon, second echelon, then operational reserves. Next. This is how you identify center of gravity at an operational level at the center of gravity. This next. The holistic operational environment. Next. Yeah, there are about 12 characteristics of, you know, identifying a center of gravity. These are given out here. And a lot of people say that it's maybe transitory in phase. Next. Yeah, this is Dale Eichmeyer. Next.
Welcome. I'm Dale Eichmeyer, an instructor at the U.S. Army's Command and General Staff College.
Next. And this is what he talks about. You know, what are the ends? What are the ways? What are the means? What is your goal? How you will get about it? What are the tools you require to get about it? That is the means. And he talks of something known as the critical capabilities, your critical resources, and this is all part of that. Next. Now, this is an illustrative, you know, thing of how the center of gravity in the modern day has transformed over the years. And I've taken examples from Afghanistan right to Operation Sindoor. And the key lesson in Operation Sindoor is you need a whole of nation convergence, which is critical for strategic, you know, coherence. Next.
Yeah, Mr. Secretary, you said that, you know, we will win. We will defeat ISIS. You said that here today. And so I want to ask General Dunford in that strategy, what is our center of gravity
terrorism, IS.
in this fight to
The center of gravity for ISIL?
Yes, sir.
The center of gravity for ISIL, in my assessment, is the existence of a caliphate. Critical capabilities include their narrative and also the manpower that they have. So those are the 3 primary sources of strength, if you will. The existence of the caliphate is there. But to define defeat, what I would say, because there was discussion earlier, what we want to ensure is that that ISIL does not have either the capability, capability to conduct external operations that present a risk to the American people or our allies.
So this is what he said. It doesn't have the capability to conduct operations against the U.S. And this is what has been written in the latest USI journal by General Asthana, when he said the operational centers of gravity were terror, leadership, training camps, and air bases, whereas the strategic center of gravity was the psychological dislocation of the mind of the Pakistan leadership. And finally, he talks of calling out the nuclear blackmail. And with that, I've finished. I just wanted to give you an introduction into the center of gravity, multi-domain operations, and the, you know, illustrative examples. And I'll now hand over to General Shivane, who will cover the details of how they are applicable in the Indian context.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Go next, please. Yeah, next. Go next. Play it.
This battlefield, victory demands more than just strength. It demands synchronicity. A perfect storm of combined forces, striking the heart of the enemy. This is the future of warfare. This is the power of multi-domain operations.
Okay, that was just to put the context of multi-domain operations and how they are bringing about a change in the thinking of military as far as the center of gravity is concerned. One must understand that the purpose of multi-domain operations is collaboration, orchestration, synchronization, and conversion of effects to present your adversary multiple problems in multiple domains and in 3 dimensions essentially. The physical dimension, the most important cognitive dimension, and the virtual or the digital dimension. So therefore, the key issue that emerges is in future operations, information superiority and decision dominance is going to be a key factor of this. And therefore, the key is interoperability, technical, procedural, human in terms of culture, and information. But having said that, what is the backbone of the multi-domain operations? The backbone of multi-domain operations is the C5 ISR, command, control, communication, collaboration and combat systems, and the ISR. If this is fractured, if this backbone of the spine is fractured, then it loses its operational coherence. Therefore, it's important to understand the change in the dimension where platforms counted, where numbers counted, to today, when connectivity matters most for effects to manifest. Next. Okay. So how do we define or redefine the center of gravity in a multi-domain operations? I think 3 things that I have underlined here are the key to this definition. And therefore, the idea behind this definition is to understand that the adversary is a system of interconnected structures and processes, which is the heart of convergence. And if you target that convergence through kinetic and, more importantly, non-kinetic means, I think you would have created a physical and a psychological paralysis into the enemy. And that is the key. Therefore, it has 3 dimensions or 3 important facets of this definition that I'd like to highlight. First is the systemic character of the center of gravity in the multi-domain operations. Because this systemic character is sustained by networks. And therefore, finding them and mapping them is more important than counting platforms. 2, it is the effect orientation, which is the convergence which creates the effects. And these are in terms of degradation of non-kinetic, cyber effects, electromagnetic effects, legal, informational, and convergence of these, both with the connected domain and non-connected domain. And the third is time sensitivity. Anything that targets also has a recuperability. So therefore, it is important when you target a C5 ISR and create windows through which manifestation of your windows of not opportunity, windows of dominance will manifest. To extend this, understand his recuperability factors, target them so that this window is extended for your mission success. Go next. Can I have that? I prefer standing outside. I'm a tank man. A rather be turret up than hull down. That's one tankman to another tankman. Okay, thank you. So, how does it lead us to a targeting philosophy? That's the key. This is all theory. The targeting philosophy is first perceive the adversary as a system of interconnected structures. And that is his critical capability that has been spoken earlier. Critical capability is backbone, networks, convergence, connectivity. That is important. Next is look at convergence, which is a critical requirement. If you target his convergence, he is rigid. He has no means for decisions to be taken into action. So that becomes his critical requirement. Then penetrate. You had an example in Op Sindoor. Penetrate and disintegrate his anti-access, anti-denial systems and create your windows of dominance. And this layered effect must be in multiple, not only military layers, but today's wars have transited to the society. There is no front or the rear. Society is very much part of today's operations. Citizens are part of it because they are subjected to it. And therefore, it must have a layered and a whole of nation approach if you're looking at center of gravity at the strategic level. And you saw that on the economic front, the political front, the diplomatic front, and on the military front, how this manifestation of statecraft came into being during Op Sindoor. Then anticipate what I mentioned earlier, his resilience, deny his regroupability, and that is his critical vulnerability. Identify that and delay it. And most importantly, preserve your signaling space, because today, cognitive warfare is itself a very important domain. Information warfare is essential part of each of the domains manifestation. Go next. So what are the lessons for India? Disruption of networks and nodal functions is important. Beyond visual range, kinetic and non-kinetic domains must be integrated. Manifest your effects in the cognitive domain, yet protect your own cognitive domain by a proactive information warfare. And the strategic center of gravity becomes the national morale, legitimacy, economic endurance, and strategic collaboration. The military center of gravity becomes the C5 ISR. Go next. Okay, when you look at the Western Front, right from the hill sector to the obstacle-ridden terrain, to the riverine terrain, to the semi-desert terrain, to the Run of Kutch. Against our adversary on the West, Pakistan. I think the key is not just counting numbers. The key is his connectivity, his C5 ISR, and the kill chain, to dominate the kill chain. That is the kill web that we now look at, and a trailer of that was seen during Op Sindoor. Go next. Therefore, the lines of effort, I have defined the lines of effort in terms of strike, effort, and in terms of protecting it. The lines of effort, I will just highlight the capability index of it, because the coherence, vulnerability index, and the recovery index will follow. So the offensive lines of effort, we must degrade Pakistan's C5 ISR.
Our cyber and EW must be focused against his radars, command control systems and communication. What you saw is command control systems being targeted, including his nuclear command post being targeted, his radars being targeted, intense electronic warfare mapping before the operations commence, and thereafter manifestation of blocking his capabilities, which resulted in windows of our dominance, of our own missile systems, of our air, or of our drone systems as such. So there was space-based ISR for targeting, airfields, missiles, and drone, and information ops to erode his will. Similarly, on the defensive, we need to harden and disperse our airfields, our logistics, and strengthen our cyber capabilities against intrusions, and also our C5 ISR. You're aware of the sort of cyber intrusions that took place, both on our power sectors, on our UPI, and our stock exchange. Lakhs of them. There were 20 lakhs which have taken place, cyber intrusions, from January to June this year. And majority of them manifested during Sindhu. But we were successful because we had foreseen this, and we were able to block most of them. Go next. Similarly, the situation is more complex because of the technology and the terrain on the northern front against the PLA. But again, the PLA is highly dependent. If you look at the informational warfare, you look at the three warfare theories, they are highly dependent on the C5 ISR coherence, and that is where the focused targeting must follow. Go next. Again, offensive lines of effort and defensive lines of effort. The organizers are giving me a thing that we are behind time, so I'll do it a little fast. You have to use your space and C5 ISR capabilities specific to the high altitude mountains and target them not only in those areas, but also into the valleys, plateaus through which the threat could manifest. And similarly, have our own redundancy in terms of SATCOM, in terms of cyber, in terms of C5 ISR. Go next. Go next. Now, my recommendations are the national and the military level. My first recommendation is that we must have in the short term, National C5 ISR Fusion and Coordination Center, NCFCC, so that we have a 24/7 fusion grid integrating all domains, space, cyber, EW, air, maritime, and ground. C5 ISR just does not manifest during a crisis. A situational awareness is a 24/7 capability in an era where there is a very thin dividing line between war and peace. Also, we need to do a cross-domain theater rehearsals under conditions where we are denied a C5 ISR, under conditions where intense cyber and electronic activities are taking place. Cyber and spectrum resilience, critical infrastructure hardening, and a strategic narrative and attribution cell at the national level. Cognitive warfare is just not about military. It's a strategic level domain. And therefore, we must look at it at the national level and integrate the entire story, integrate the entire cognitive effect that we desire as a nation. Go next. Midterm operational field commands with C5 ISR cells, self-explanatory. Distributed rapid launch space layers, which empower C5 ISR, particularly space awareness domain, as also launch on demand capabilities to look at certain areas and expand our coverages to give a revisit time which is much less than what we are, and with the indigenous character. Codified National Cyber Information Warfare Doctrine. We have a tri-service cyber and information warfare doctrine, but I think we need to go at the national level at this and codify it. Human capital reform. Okay. Next. Okay, industrial base, strategic stockpile, cognitive resilience program, and industrial partnership. Next. This is the eighth chief talking about creating superiority.
Our long-range SAMs, the long-range SAMs that we had procured recently and operationalized, that again, turned the table on them. We could look deep inside their territory. We could make sure that they were not able to operate even within their territory, up to a certain distance. And it will go down in the history that longest kill that we achieved of more than 300 kilometers by that. And it seriously curtailed their activity. As far as Pakistan losses are concerned, I think it was very.
With that, I come to an end. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, gentlemen. That was a very, very interesting session. And I would like to invite General J.P. Singh to kindly give away the mementos to the panel. Please, everybody give the panel a big hand. Thank you.
I thank the panelists for an interesting session. Small little point, it may be a little sunny on to my right, so in case you feel you'll be more comfortable and more receptive, we have some seats on the left-hand side. Please don't sit in the sun, someone was mentioning. So there are certain chairs here. I think we can be more comfortable. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we are trying to make up for the time that we lost in the morning, and we go ahead. The third session for the day. The topic, very interesting, close to everyone's heart. Multi-domain warfare threats from China and Pakistan. For this panel, we have Lieutenant General Anil Ahuja, who will be moderating this session. We have Air Marshal Ravi Kapoor and Ambassador Yash Sinha. Customary, as we always do, a word about the panelists today. First we have, can I request the panel to kindly come up? Thank you, sirs. First we have Air Marshal Ravi Kapoor. He is a fighter pilot and a former Air Officer Commanding-in-Chief of the Central Command. He is a recipient of the Param Vashisht Seva Medal, Ati Vashisht Seva Medal, and the Vayu Sena Medal. He currently writes articles and contributes to growth of the defense ecosystem. Next we have a diplomat, Ambassador Yash Sinha. He is a seasoned diplomat of the 1981 batch of the Indian Foreign Service. He has held various prestigious appointments during his illustrious career. He was the Chief Information Commissioner, Central Information Commission, New Delhi, from November 20 till October 23. Last but not the least, this session will be moderated by Lieutenant General Anil Ahuja. He is a former Deputy Chief of the Integrated Defense Staff for Policy Planning and Force Development. He is a distinguished fellow at the Vivekanand International Foundation and writes extensively for various think tanks. A small request, like always, to the panel. We have 1 hour, which includes questions, if any. Over to the panel.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We thank you for the generous introduction of the panel. And before we start, we wish to assure you we'll not take to motivate the people to continue sitting here. We assure you neither of us will go on to the rostrum. We'll sit here and we'll talk. We'll sit here and talk for a while between ourselves, and thereafter we'll talk to you. Now, and we assure you, we'll finish in exactly 1 hour. We've got the clock in front of us. Now, since morning, we've had 2 sessions related to multi-domain warfare. We've spoken of employment of air. We've spoken of land operations in the plains of Indian subcontinent. Now, this particular panel, which is related to multi-domain warfare threats from Pakistan and China. Now, in this, we'll step back a little and try and take a macro view as to what are we talking of multi-domain warfare. What does it mean when we talk of this at the national level, and when we talk of this at the military level? Now, this is important because unless we appreciate the threat that we have from China and Pakistan, we really wouldn't be able to give a thought, a focused thought to our own capability development, development of our own doctrine, for employment of air, sea, land, space, cyber, cognitive domain, etc., etc. So like I said, that we are going to talk with you all. And now the question is that with the advancements in technology, the domains which we otherwise called the global commons, these were supposed to be benign domains: space, deep sea, cyber. And as they started getting militarized, at best, or let me say at worst, they were enablers for warfare. But today what has happened is that they have got hugely weaponized. And you all hear of remote and proximity operations. You're getting dogfights amongst the satellites and all kinds of these things. So these domains are weaponized. Now, what we need to see is that how do we take it further and how do we employ it in our context. And in our context, what we want to ask you, and what we actually want to plant a thought in your mind is, what are the types of war should we prepare for? Should we prepare for all-out war? Should we prepare for short and intense war? Should we prepare for limited wars? Or should we should we prepare for contact wars like we had in Kargil, physical assaults? Or should we prepare for non-contact wars? And if non-contact wars, non-contact like Parakram, where we mobilized, we sat opposite each other for months and we came back without contacting each other, or a non-contact like Sindoor, where we didn't mobilize, we didn't contact, but we still went and hit deep. Should we prepare for them? And then we want to discuss, by discussing Pakistan and China's capability, that what do we do next? We have limited budgets. We don't have infinite resources. Should we continue buying our conventional platforms? Of course, modernized, upgraded, whether it's our tanks, our ICBs, our aircraft going from fourth to fifth to sixth generation, or to submarines and our ships? Or should we start focusing more on technologies, enabling technologies, like what we saw, a glimpse of it during Sindoor, that we get more drones, different kinds of drones and swarms, we get loiter munitions, we get more precision munitions. We complement both these, or shall we build our asymmetric capability? Now, asymmetric capability has a huge dimension. Pakistanis did that by building asymmetric capabilities in their terrorist factories. But we aren't that nation. Shall we develop our asymmetric capabilities in space, in cyber? What do? We have to match a country which is 5 times our economy on our northern borders. So to get all this, and to get your views on where should we focus, so let's have our discussion. Let me put the first question to Air Marshal Ravi Kapoor, an old friend and a colleague, that Ravi, could you just highlight for the audience, and particularly for those youngsters sitting behind there, that when we talk of multi-domain warfare, when the nation talks of multi-domain warfare, what are we talking of? And when the military starts talking from military capability development, what are we talking of? Could you please amplify this a little?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for this opportunity. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Character of war has changed over centuries. Earlier, it used to be a single service making its plan and fighting its own battles, which were combined into a total war. Then came what we call the air-land concept, because every time the technology has got better, it is directed that the way we fight becomes more efficient. And it is in a normal life, we see how technology is making everything more efficient. War is no different. And so from there, we came on to what we call effect-based operation. That means use as less ammunition as possible to create a larger effect. And from there, we have come to what we call the multi-domain operations. Multi-domain operations are nothing but a refinement of what is called the effect-based operations. You are creating the same effects by utilizing the enablers in form of whether it is cyber, long-range weapons, space, or any enabler that you could have. Now, when we talk about multi-domain capability of a nation, it is a whole of a nation's approach. That means what we call currently DIME, that is diplomatic, information, military and economic. And if we see in Op Sindoor, each one of these 4 factors played a part. And only the military part has been paused. Rest all, that is, whether it is diplomatic, information or economic, all these operations are still ongoing. And they will be ongoing for a long, long time. And so I will not go, because I've got a very, very senior expert sitting who can talk for hours on diplomacy, information and economy. I will restrict myself to the military part.
Thank you, Air Marshal Kapoor. Ambassador Sinha. Now, one, can you add something when we talk of multi-domain warfare at the national level, at the geopolitical level, and of the domains that he's highlighted in the military sphere? Would you like to touch on that? So first, let's have at the macro level.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank General Shergill and his team for inviting me to this festival and giving me an opportunity to interact with all of you. I'm not the expert on warfare, as you can see, but when I was reminded, when I was hearing General Ahuja, I was reminded of a French Prime Minister in the last century, Georges Clemenceau, who said that war is too serious a business to be left to generals. I disagreed when I read it first, and I disagree now, but not for the reasons what you might think, because in the last century, the generals, the military forces played a very important role. But now in this multi-domain warfare, I think it's not just the military that plays a role. The military is in the front, it defends your border, attacks the enemy, but there are so many other domains involved that if you are not cognizant of those domains, then you actually lose the war, so to speak. Not actually, not physically, not militarily, but in terms of perception. Now, I'll just give you an example. I was in the US and I returned just before Diwali. And whoever I spoke to, they couldn't care less what happened in Op Sindoor, but people who did matter, and I met some people from across the border too, they all thought that Pakistan had won the war. Somebody in the morning mentioned that. Now, what is that? That is strategic communication. Now, strategic communication is where we failed at a macro level. And even though, and I know that what the damage that we inflicted on Pakistan, by the way, what was not told to you, I served in Pakistan for 3 years, between 1995 and 1998. And I headed the division for 4 years looking after Pakistan. So I know that country reasonably well. In fact, you've heard of the Noor Khan Air Base. I've landed in that air base 5 times, starting 1994 right up to 2013. I know how important a command and control center it is, and the damage that the Indian Armed Forces, the Air Force, etc., inflicted on Pakistan. And as it happened, coincidentally, Air Chief Marshal Noor Khan was my landlord in Islamabad. He must be turning in his grave at the damage inflicted and an air base named after him. But at the macro level, it is strategic communication, it is diplomacy, it is trade. Trade is a weapon. You can see how trade has been weaponized by the United States, by President Trump, in his attempt to what he says, make America great again. So there is trade, there is strategic communication, there is diplomacy, and in the India-Pakistan context, if I may mention one more point, because I'm sitting in Chandigarh and I was reading this excellent magazine in the morning produced by the organizers here, and I read about the Ravi Satluj corridor and how important it has been in the wars that we have fought with Pakistan in the past. Now, the Indus Water Treaty is something that we in India have been observing quite meticulously. And if those of you are aware, the western rivers, the Indus, the Jhelum and Chenab have been given to Pakistan. Ravi, Satluj and Beas have been given to India. Of the Indus basin, India has 80% of the water, while Pakistan has been Pakistan has been given 80% of the water, while India has been given 20%, despite the fact that in the Indus basin, more than 40% of the water lies within the territorial domain of India. So this treaty was patently unfair, and the decision after the Pahalgam attack to suspend the Indus Water Treaty is of great significance. And I'm afraid our commentators and our journalists and our editors have not given it due importance. I was the co-agent for India at the Kishanganga arbitration at The Hague, at the Permanent Court of Arbitration. I know how important it is for Pakistan being water stressed, and so is India being water stressed. The whole region is water stressed. We cannot block the waters. It's not a tap that we can turn on and turn off, but we can inflict pain, and we are gradually doing that. It would take some time before we divert waters from these rivers, the western rivers, into India, into the rest of India, but at least even providing meteorological data, the data of flows, the dead storage levels at dams in Salal, in Baglihar, and other dams that we are constructing is important for Pakistan. So I think this is again, water becomes an issue where we use as a weapon. We weaponized in a sense, we weaponize water in our conflict with Pakistan. So there are many domains that are outside mere warfare. I mean, mere warfare as we understand it, military confrontation or conflict. So I think, as I think Air Marshal Kapoor had mentioned, the whole of nation approach is important, and that's why I quoted Clemenceau, because now you just don't need the general or the admiral or the air marshal. You just don't need the prime minister or the defense minister. You need, actually, you need the whole nation, and you need to have a strategy in dealing with combatants, with your enemy. And I think that is something that Op Sindoor certainly has taught us, certainly taught me as a person watching from outside, really. And I think it's extremely important that we bear this in mind. I think we will elaborate further when the questions come. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ambassador Sinha. Now, for all our young friends who are sitting behind particularly, we've got a glimpse of what is multi-domain warfare. He's covered it very extensively, that whether we are talking of trades, tariffs, economy, critical materials, water, he's elaborated on the Indus Water Treaty. Now, all these come in multi-domain warfare. You know, I was reading a very interesting remark by one of the Pakistani generals who had served in the SPD. He said, deterrence begins not in the missile silos, but it begins in the information domain. Losing the battle of narrative means losing deterrence. So they are all mixed. Now, before we go to the next question, is there anything else militarily you would like to add about multi-domain warfare?
Yes, I have, we have heard about multi-domain operations in the two sessions before ours. And I just want to put it very, very simply. I will say that there are 5 domains. People can talk about 6, 7, 8, but primarily there are 5 domains: land, sea, air, space, and cyber. Now, for multi-domain operations, treat each one as a layer, because finally the information or the data has to flow between each layer. So each layer needs to be integrated within itself first. Then the second step comes, you integrate and fuse all those 5 layers. And that is when the multi-domain operations actually will fructify. If we talk about just the layers talking to each other, will not happen. The multi-domain operations will not take place. What it also does is, it is the basic requirement or the basic advantage that we get out of multi-domain operation is decision superiority. That means I am able to take a decision faster than my adversary. I have a better view of my adversary, his capability, his plans, than he himself has. That means I am inside his OODA loop. OODA is observe, orientate, decide, and act. You do it every day when you go to a road crossing. When you go to a traffic light, you observe, see the light, orientate whether it is what color, decide where you have to go, and then act. Same thing. Now what multi-domain operations have done is, earlier this observe, orientate itself would take days or months. Today, because of the networks, because of artificial intelligence, machine learning, because of basically high-speed data communication, what has happened is this time has compressed. Today, you can take a decision in a multi-domain scenario in less than 0.1 second. So you see, where is the human in this whole loop? And that is the beauty of multi-domain operation. And the second part of multi-domain operation is that we have to understand is that multi-domain operations does not mean that army will command an air force or a navy will command an air force or the space will take action on behalf of somebody. The action will be taken in the same domain, but he will or she will have information of all domains. That is the basic understanding of multi-domain operations that we must have. Multi-domain operations are now leading to what we call in the Western context joint all-domain operation. That means the networks will be even better, where a joint commander will take action for anybody. And so that is the further evolution of multi-domain operations. And this we saw in Ops Sindoor, where we saw that the Air Force and Army combined together on the first night to target all the terrorist infrastructure. And constantly the pressure from the third or the maritime domain was built up in the Arabian Sea.
Okay. Now, having had a brief look at Pakistan, we'll come back again to Pakistan. But let's switch our focus for the moment to China. And let me start with Air Marshal Kapoor. You know, PLA carried out its reorganization, which was completed around 2015. In December 2015, as many of us who've been in uniform would recall, they had their strategic support force, which besides other components had an aerospace department, had a cyber department, had an electronic and EM department. 9 years down the line, April last year, April 2024, they disbanded the SSF, Strategic Support Force, reorganized it, and they raised these as separate forces. They had the aerospace, they have the aerospace force, they have the cyberspace force, and they have the information support force. Now, what does this reorganization mean for India in terms of multi-domain threats? Does it enhance the significance of multi-domain threats? Does it mitigate that threat? And if I may just ask you, out of these three domains, which of these do you think gives the greatest internal strength to PLA, and which poses the greatest challenge to us?
I think we must grant it to China. China has very systematically taken decisions over the last about 20 years or so in building up its military capability overall. And it has learned hugely from the Western concepts and USA in particular, and every conflict that has gone on in the last almost 35 years, starting from the first Gulf War of 1991. What is more important is that you see China in 2015 had 185 satellites in orbit. Today, it has got 1,060 satellites in orbit. It was doing cyber and information work as a single task. Today, it has in its Victory Day parade on 3rd September this year, it showed its intent of multi-domain operations by organizing the entire parade on the multi-domain operation format. So it realizes the value of information, cyber, and space. And as these capabilities are growing with China, the SSF by itself, which was under subservient, it was not directly under the Central Military Commission, it was under kind of a theatre command work, was not getting the due oversight that it desired. And so, having seen this experience of 9 years, China decided that it needs to segregate it into 3 separate verticals. You have to see that one is aerospace force, the other is cyberspace force, and the third is information support force. The names give you the intent of the nation. The aerospace force and the cyberspace force virtually willy-nilly become the war-fighting domains. They want to fight war in these domains. And information is a support function. So they do not want it to create an effect. So it is more of an enabler. So what does information support force do? It creates those networks on which the cyber and space and the other 3 domains will function and fight wars. And so they decided that it is very, very important. And it is the vision of Xi Jinping who saw through these 9 years, this continuity has made China understand and leverage, study, analyze and leverage all these domains in a much, much better way than anybody else has done. And it is this part that is very, very important when we talk about what China used to talk about, informatized approach to warfare, and today when it talks about intelligentized approach to warfare. Informatized approach to warfare was primarily the old Chinese thinking of winning a war without fighting, whereas intelligentized approach to warfare is fighting to destroy and degrade the enemy. So you have to understand the difference between these 2 approaches. The difference between these 2 approaches is what creates the importance of the aerospace force and the cyberspace force. So this is where what has happened is that the connection of all domains has taken place, and it has created that multi-domain format where China can fight to win.
Thank you. Now let me come to you, Ambassador Sinha, once again. And for those of the friends who may not know why I'm directing Pakistan-related questions to Ambassador Sinha again and again. Now he's somebody who's served for years. He's headed our political wing in our mission in Islamabad. He's been in MEA, he's been on the PAI, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Iran desk for 10 odd years, from deputy secretary to additional secretary. So he knows Pakistan well. So we would take the maximum benefit of you being here as part of our Lit Festival. Now please tell me, Pakistan is one country which has leveraged its nuclear card to the hilt. They talk of full spectrum deterrence against us. They talk of Islamic bomb for their friends on the West. So they use it to the hilt. And they try and tell the whole world that this subcontinent is a nuclear flashpoint. Tomorrow morning we'll have a nuclear holocaust here. And there is no space for conventional operations. But we all saw during Op Sindoor we created space, that there is enough space for conventional operations. And post that operation, many amongst us have said that we've called off Pakistan's nuclear bluff, it's a Pakistan's nuclear bogey, etc., etc. Now, from your deep insights, I want to know your objective thoughts. Is it really a nuclear bluff? How much of space is there for conventional operations below this? Now, this nuclear threat, is it enduring or is it sporadic? बीच-बीच में जब लड़ाई होती है तो शुरू हो जाता है. And with the technology that we have today, like hitting deep inside on a strategic air bases, with the advent of technology, has his nuclear threshold come down or has it gone up? Your insights, please.
Thank you. But before I answer your question, I think we need an understanding of the background. If you recall, when India undertook a so-called peaceful nuclear explosion in 1974, Zulfikar Ali Bhutto said that they will eat grass, but they will come up with a weapon. They stole the weapons from, the technology at least, from the Netherlands and elsewhere, and got it from China on a platter. But be that as it may, they have a nuclear weapon. And in April, I think it was 1998, was it March or April, when we went in for our second round of tests, I was in Islamabad. And after a few days, I was called to Delhi. And in Delhi, we were discussing whether Pakistan would go in for a round of tests because India had underwent the test. There was a thinking that with all the pressure that the United States was applying on Pakistan, both carrot and sticks, the blandishments, Pakistan won't test. But I insisted, and I think I was in a minority, that Pakistan will test sooner than later. And it did the next day. I was flying back to Lahore. When I landed in Lahore, I found out that Pakistan had tested. So I think we should never underestimate the Pakistanis, never underestimate your adversary. Yes, nuclear bluff is part of their psyche. They cry wolf all the time, but I don't think we can disregard it because it's too important and far too serious a matter. It's mutually assured destruction. So when Op Sindoor happened, I was very happy that under the nuclear overhang, we were able to strike at the heart of the Pakistani military capability or establishment. I mentioned Noor Khan, but there were other Murid, Rafiqi, Rahim Yar Khan. These are all very important air bases that were struck. And when Pakistan came suing for peace, the narrative that we have here is that the Pakistani DGMO rang up our DGMO and pleaded to stop the war. I mean, I like to believe that too. That's what happened. But what we must understand that before that, there was a conversation with the Americans. And when Vance called our Prime Minister, Vice President Vance, he spoke about the Pakistanis planning something really big. Now, what was that big thing? A military incursion across, the borders, something like Operation Grand Slam or something like that? No. The only big thing that they had in their arsenal were their nuclear weapons. Now, they are not fools. They are rational human beings like us. But when they are cornered, and they were cornered, and I don't know whether there any truth in the fact that, the command and control systems, and we also hit the entrance to the Kirana Hills where the nuclear weapons were stored, where the American nuclear weapons were stored. I mean, I'm not going to get into that. What I'm trying to say is that if Field Marshal Munir in Florida or wherever else rattles the nuclear saber, don't dismiss it out of hand. But given that, I think the fact that Operation Sindoor has proved that, as I said earlier, under the nuclear overhang, we are able to raise the escalation ladder. And to a point, now that point is something that neither you nor I nor our generals or the Pakistani generals will really know. When do you reach that point where Pakistan feels it has to retaliate with nuclear weapons? Because as they say, these weapons are not toys to be kept. So I think we have to be very careful. We cannot afford to be jingoistic. We have to be realistic. And yet, if another a big terror attack or any other big provocation takes place from the Pakistani side, we must certainly retaliate through kinetic action. Now, how we do it is best left to the generals and the planners, but we always must be mindful of their nuclear capability.
Okay, now, Ravi, we've seen the level of collusivity which we saw between China and Pakistan, and we know it's just the beginning, it's continuing. Now, in your opinion, which is the domain in which it is likely to play out the maximum from the recent experience and as you look ahead?
Pakistan-China collusivity began in 1965, after the 1965 war. And that is from there on, today we know that Pakistan's 82% of Pakistani inventory in all services is from China. So that is a level of collusivity. And the symbiotic relationship that these two countries have is what is driving this collusivity even further. So what is it that China gets from Pakistan and what is it that Pakistan gets from China is important to understand. And what Pakistan gets from China is that China has integrated its air, land and space networks into a single network, which they term it as a quad, they call it as a kill chain. And that is where, further going on to the next step, even certain amount of Chinese air defense network are integrated with the Pakistani air defense network. And so it provides a kind of a bigger picture to both Pakistan and China. So this is what China has done. Pakistan does not have any kind of a space capability. It relies completely on China for space. To fight a multi-domain operation, space is the biggest enabler. Without space, you cannot fight a war. Because you need communications from space, you need navigation from space, and you need ISR, that is your intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance requirement from space. Without these three, Pakistan cannot fight India. And so these three requirements are fulfilled by China for Pakistan. Now, just to give an example, the Chinese satellites are connected on a data link or a network with the KJ-500, which is the Chinese AWACS equivalent with Pakistan. And these are data linked with the JF-17 and J-10, which are the fighters the Pakistanis have given to the Chinese have given to Pakistanis. And so they all have now come onto a single network. And there is seamless exchange of data which goes on them. And so this is the measure of collusivity. And when we talk about what Pakistan can give to China, Pakistan gives to China which China does not get from anywhere in the world. It gives Chinese the training in real-time Western tactics, which Chinese do not. Chinese do not exercise with anybody. Now, China and Pakistan have, all three services carry out exercises with each other. Shaheen is the Air Force to Air Force exercise, Warrior is the Army to Army exercise, and Sea Guardian is the Navy to Navy exercise. Now, when this happens, what happens is all the tactics and techniques and procedures which the Pakistanis have learned from their exchange of personnel and exercises with the West, including with the countries in the Middle East, which are the biggest beneficiaries of Pakistani training is what China gets from Pakistan. So what this whole collusivity has done is it has given China a kind of a full visibility on the Western front between India and Pakistan the full visibility on the northern front between India and China. And because of this, the capability of both gets magnified and the ability for Pakistan especially to conduct multi-domain operation enhances. Because multi-domain operations are data-driven, Pakistan has a basic network. When Chinese provide it with the satellite-based network, it further gives you the kind of redundancy that is required for Pakistanis to create or to fight in the multi-domain. So they already have a backbone. This backbone is getting strengthened with the Chinese collusivity, and which is what is going to be this data which Pakistan shares with China is also enhancing the Chinese data, because multi-domain operations are data-driven. It is the amount of data which can be utilized. So if Pakistan shares this data with China, the artificial intelligence tools that the Chinese use would be further strengthened, and the results or the outcomes of those networks would be far better. That is, predictability will be much better. And when this data gets exchanged, the collusivity gets strengthened and the outcomes become even more detrimental to our cause.
So the takeaway from what the Air Marshal just said is that today we don't really have to look at either Pakistan or China mobilizing its formations physically for us to perceive a collusivity. The collusivity is unseen, the way he explained, and it's much deeper. Now what we'll do is, and this is directed at the organizers, that we are into 40 minutes of our session. I'll have 3 short questions to my panelists, and they are not really meant for them. They are actually meant to trigger your thoughts and to get our answers from you. So we'll have your question and answers based on these 3 questions that I asked the panelists now. Now, we've seen Sindoor. We saw last 25 years, we saw Kargil, we saw Parakram, we saw Balakot, we saw Sindoor. Different methods, different ways of achieving the ends that we wanted to. And here, in the last one, we didn't mobilize our forces. We had non-contact kinetic warfare, and we achieved our objectives in 88 hours. So now when we look back, what is the capability that we should be preparing for in future? Where do we take our armed forces? Should we prepare for short and intense wars, limited wars, all-out wars, Ukraine, Russia fighting now for 3 years? Should we fight for that? 2, shall we prepare for contact or non-contact, kinetic or non-kinetic? What should be our sense of direction going from here? Very brief things, because these questions are actually meant for them. Very brief views. Both of you, please.
In my opinion, and I'm not a military person, I don't think it's an either-or situation. And going from the discussions that happened this morning, I think General Shukla, was it, who emphasized on our deficiencies, whether it was space, whether it was cyber, whether it was the information warfare, the information domain. So I think we need to strengthen these capacities certainly. And as far as the 5th or 6th generation aircraft is concerned, the Air Marshal would be in a much better position to answer. So I think you need to strengthen your armed forces certainly, but these capacities which are interlinked in a multi-domain warfare scenario needs to be strengthened. And we fell short on the information warfare in Sindhu. And I saw it personally here and outside. I think we really need a strategic communication strategy where, because Pakistan, it always done that. It lies to your face, and that becomes the narrative. Now, I'm not saying we should emulate them, but we should have, assets abroad in the West. Pakistan was counting on assets, cyber assets in Turkey, Azerbaijan, in the West, selling its narrative. So I think it's not an either-or situation. We should strengthen all these capacities.
Absolutely, I agree on that. That it is not an either-or situation. It is primarily, I don't think Balakot, Ops Sindoor, Uri, they cannot be classified as wars. They are operations, and we must be very, very cognizant of differentiating between wars and operations. Basically, when we talk about contact will always be when the territory is involved. You will have to come in contact. There will be bloody battles. There will be prolonged battles, as we are seeing in Russia-Ukraine war, where Putin thought that in 1 week he could just capture whatever he wanted to. He never realized the resilience, the innovative capability of the Ukrainians. He never realized or anticipated the kind of support Ukraine would get from the West. And that is exactly the reason why the Russia-Ukraine war has dragged on. Second part is clear objectives. Now, whether we have objectives which are clearly stated, articulated, when there is kind of ambiguity there, the wars can just stretch to a larger extent, because then there is no winning or losing. And so that is the first criteria. Now, coming to multi-domain part of it, I think contact, non-contact, kinetic and non-kinetic are two faces of the same coin. One has to understand that a non-kinetic action is enabling a kinetic action and a final outcome. So it is not that non-kinetic is completely dissociated from a kinetic. Similarly, contact and non-contact. The long-range precision weapons, the missiles, the drones, the long-range drones, the kind of mission that was done off spiderweb by Ukraine against Russia is an example of non-contact warfare. It is, the two enemies or the militaries are not in contact with each other. And so, to say that a war will involve every kind of activity in every spectrum, in all domains. And so, when we talk about this, just to give a simple example, if I am planning let's say a long-range strike against a target which is, say, 300 kilometers inside enemy territory, I must put my cyber, which is a non-kinetic means, to act before my kinetic strike goes through, to neutralize the communications of my adversaries. I must have my electromagnetic or electronic warfare capabilities to target and jam the radars of my enemy. Similarly, this will get followed on in the same time duration by the what we call the kinetic or a BrahMos strike or a scalp strike or a hammer strike or whatever weapon you may want to use. And so to say that all these can be separated, it is not a question of either or. Now, coming to wars which are long, short, intense, I think if we see our own history, most of our wars have been short. They have not prolonged for months and years. And so in our context, till the time I feel that there is no collusivity which is direct and overt, there is no support which is external and overt, we should be able to reach a clear-cut objective achievement in shorter time frame than what we see across the world in others. And this is exactly what it is. If we see Sindoor, objectives were clear. If you see Operation Rising Lion, objectives were clear to neutralize the nuclear potential of Iran. it was not to capture Iranian territory. The moment we get into the territory, it whole becomes. But the most important part is that one has to be ready for any kind of conflict. You can't start with a thinking that you will do a short, intense war and then get sucked into a longer war. And for that, it is the military-industrial complex, and it is the capability of the nation to be strong in all domains which is important. And so capability and capacity are two functions of our complete, force, energy or system which must be built up. Like, I'll just give an example. Anduril is a company in US which has developed Barracuda range of air-to-ground weapons. And these are scalable modular weapons which can be assembled by a driver who's driving a Gypsy or a Fortuner. So it is so simple. We need to be able to have our industry which is able to scale up production in shortest possible time, and we should have weapons and systems which can be handled by a non-technical common person. If we have that, we'll have the capability to fight long wars.
Thanks. Thank you, Ravi. What we'll do is, we'll finish this session here. Should there be any pressing questions, we'll be happy to take them on, because, we would like the session to proceed the way the organizers wish. Should there be any questions, we'll quickly take them on. If there's anything, please. From our side, oh, yeah. With your permission, organizers, can we take one odd question? Yeah, please. Quick one.
Sir, thank you so much for this opportunity, and thank you so much for this wonderful session. As in the talk, you have used the terminology of kind of warfare and the terminology of contact and non-contact warfare. So since in the history of India, we have seen with Pakistan, we used to have contact warfare like in 1965 and Kargil war. But this time in Operation Sindoor, we have seen that just because of this 4 or 5 days warfare, we have said that this is a non-contact warfare. But there were statements like, which was saying that if this warfare extends for even a month, both the countries can't afford that much like non-contact warfare. So my question is just to ask, in case with Pakistan, if this war extends for even months or maybe 1 or 2 months, do we have that much assets to like fight with Pakistan in that non-contact warfare? And as Air Marshal Sir, Ravi Kapoor Sir has said that in the history, we have not that much long wars with any of the countries. But in case, how is India preparing for the long wars and non-contact warfare? So that is my question.
So I am so happy that this question has come from this young lady, and it just means that a lot of people were listening to me. So, as far as contact and non-contact, the moment you see, I will just explain it with what's going on in the world in terms of what has gone on in Russia-Ukraine war. In Russia-Ukraine war, you found that initially both the armies they came in contact with each other. Their armors, that is their tanks, came in contact with each other. And then the drones came. When the drones came, what happened? The tanks disappeared, and then the armies disappeared. And so now there is this zone of about 15 to 20 kilometers on the border between Ukraine and Russia, where there is no human being. And that war is being fought by drones. This is kind of what you call the non-contact warfare. That means you're not coming in contact and directly. And so, till you have the technology, you have the assets, and mind you, Ukraine is producing 5 million drones in 1 year. If India and our industrial complex and our industry can produce so many drones and so many, we will have to find an innovative way to win a war. And that is when the wars will extend. because there is no conflict termination criteria or the objective has not been achieved. So when the objective does not get achieved, the wars will prolong.
Thank you very much for patiently giving us company here, and thanks to the panelists for the conversation. Thank you very much.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, sorry for the interruptions that we have to stick to our timing, so please do bear with us. We have a small memento presentation ceremony. Can I request General Chima sir to kindly come up and honor the elite panelists who did such a remarkable job. Can we have the mementos, please? That's General Chima giving the mementos to the panel. General Ahuja. If I may say, he was a model moderator. Air Marshal Kapoor. And of course, Ambassador Yash Sinha. Thank you so much, sirs. For the next session, over to Aradhika, and we have some lovely butterflies for you. So do look up, and they are there to bless the Military Lit Fest.
So ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to announce the next session, which is Politics, Partition and Principles, the Trilemma in Gaza and the West Bank. The panelists are, and I would like to invite them on stage, Ambassador Gurjeet Singh, Major General Sudhakarji, Ambassador Navdeep Suri. The session is moderated by Major General Amritpal Singh. Brief introductions. Ambassador Gurjeet Singh is a seasoned Indian diplomat with a distinguished career in the Indian Foreign Service. He has served as India's ambassador to Germany, Indonesia, Ethiopia, ASEAN, and the African Union. He has held key roles in Japan, Sri Lanka, Kenya, and Italy. He is the author of several books. Currently, he serves as an honorary professor of international relations at IIT Indore. He remains active in policy discourse through teaching, writing, and advisory work. I would like to invite on stage Major General Sudhakarji, VSM, who served in the Indian Army with key roles in high-altitude operations, counterinsurgency, and UN peacekeeping. He commanded formations in Siachen, Tawang, and Ladakh, and served as DDGMO. Post-retirement, he contributes to strategic discourse as a fellow and advisor, focusing on Indo-Pacific security and defense policy. I'd like to invite Ambassador Navdeep Suri, who is a distinguished Indian diplomat known for his impactful career in the Foreign Service. He served as India's ambassador to the UAE and Egypt and High Commissioner to Australia, with early postings in Washington, London, Cairo, and Johannesburg. He received the UAE's Order of Zayed II for strengthening bilateral ties. Currently, he is a distinguished fellow at ORF and has authored and translated several works on diplomacy and literature. Moderating the session is Major General Amritpal Singh, who is a former divisional commander in the Indian Army's Northern Command with operational experience in Ladakh, Kashmir, and the Northeast. He has led counterinsurgency operations, coordinated disaster relief, and managed logistics in high-altitude regions. He is also an alumnus of the University of Maryland's Global Security Program and has contributed to defense training and strategic discussions through writing and research. So over to you, General A.P. Singh.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's not very encouraging for you to sit in this heat, though the butterflies are there. But I'm looking at the shadows lengthening, so it will get cooler. That's a hope. Thank you, Aradhika, for introducing our eminent panelists, Ambassador Suri, Ambassador Gurjeet, General Sudhakarji, and together all of us are going to go through this immediate war, or the biggest and most brutal war that's going on in Palestine, both in Gaza and the West Bank. And that is why the topic today is this not just a dilemma, but the trilemma of the politics of the area, the partition that actually started this problem, and the main principles, the people who are involved in this fighting in Gaza. As you all know, it's a long, drawn-out historical problem that has befallen this lovely land of Palestine since time immemorial. And some of us are going to discuss that as to how historically this land belonged to somebody else, was given away by somebody else to a third party. This is what Ambassador Suri was just telling me. As one of the famous authors had written, you said Eugene Rogan, who wrote about it? Yes. The land given by somebody to somebody else and didn't belong to the third party.
It was Arthur Koestler who said it, a Hungarian
Okay.
Jewish writer. He said it is a remarkable case of one country giving another country's land to a third country.
Exactly. So that's the story of the whole situation. Now, we all know that the recent problems started on October 7th, 2023. On October 7th, 2023, Hamas, and supported by various other militant groups, all proxies of Iran, barged into the northern part across the boundary from Gaza into Israel and killed almost 1,200 Israelis, 750 were injured, and took 251 hostages on October 7th in that deadly attack, which the Al-Qassam Brigade of Hamas perpetrated on Israel. That's when everything hit the roof. Israel, 1 month later, started its assault on Gaza, and we are still seeing that assault going on, despite 3 ceasefires that have survived a few days, but broken off. And this latest Trump's October Gaza peace plan is not so much of a peace plan, but at least it's holding on to its ceasefire bit, and hostages and remains of hostages have been exchanged. So as we go further, we'll keep expanding on this problem, but I'd like to start with Ambassador Gurjeet. And what I'd like to ask you is to give us a small history of the partition of Palestine and how Israel was created.
Thank you, and thank you, Mill Lit Fest, for inviting us. At the outset, I must recognize Ambassador Surinder Gill, my senior, and Navdeep senior, with whom we spent some wonderful days in Uganda. Thank you, sir, for being here, and my members of my family, thank you for being here. My family and I were in the region where the problems took place till 2nd October of that year. And we flew to Bahrain that day. And 7th October, the crisis took place. So my disgust with these people was not as high had they disrupted my travel plans. But to say that this is the most brutal war, sir, is inaccurate. There is a war currently underway in Sudan, where in the same period where 70,000 people have died in the Gaza, 150,000 people have died already, and more are dying every day. So brutality is brutal, but world's attention, like ours on Gaza, is selective. In order to prepare for this talk, of which frankly I have never been posted in that region, thank God, God was kind to me, I escaped. But I revisited the Exodus, this movie based on the novel by Leon Uris. So as school children, we were great fans of Israel, brought up by Leon Uris novels like Mila 18 and Exodus, which told us how great Israel was, and this is what we believed. And we actually always said Israel is greatest, till what has happened now, when I think a revisionist view of history in an old person's mind takes place. But let's go back. Between the 2 world wars, there was much turmoil in this region. The British, in order to overcome the Ottoman Empire in World War I, wanted to instigate a revolt in the Arab countries. So they instigated these 5 Arab countries to revolt against the Ottoman. And these 5 were Egypt, Syria, Transjordan, Iraq, Lebanon, and Palestine. Egypt was not under them. The other 5, after World War I ended and mandates were created, The other 5 countries, other than Egypt, including Palestine, were designated as mandates of the United Kingdom. So they were supposed to run these in trusteeship. By and by, between the 2 world wars, international jury started coming to Palestine, claiming it as their land. This was partly buttressed by the British Balfour Declaration of 1917, which promised the Jews an international home, not a country, a home. The British at the same time were promising these 5 Arab countries, which includes Palestine, and they were their mandate that we will give you independence. Between the 2 wars, these contradictions showed up. Other than Palestine, the other 4 mandates all became independent. Syria became independent, Iraq became independent, Lebanon became independent, and Transjordan became independent as Jordan. Egypt was already independent under the king. And at that time, Palestine was left nursing British promises. Why did the British do this? The British played one side against the other for their own ends and said, we promise you autonomy, we promise you a homeland, hoping that somebody will resolve this contradiction. You may remember what the British did in India, the haphazard partition. Well, what happened in Palestine was no better. After the Holocaust, the numbers of Jews coming from Europe into the promised land grew rapidly. So it's from about 7% of the population after World War I, around the time of end of World War II, the Jewish population had become 33% of Palestine. So the British decided that they did not have the wherewithal anymore to sort this problem out, and they decided to hand it over to the United Nations, which was then 2.5 years old, having been formed in 1945. There was a commission set up by the UN, and that commission followed a plan which ultimately became Resolution 181 of the United Nations, suggesting a partition of Palestine into an Arab state, 45% of the territory, a Jewish state, 55% of the territory with 10,000 Arabs, whereas the Arab part had still 400,000 Jews. And Jerusalem would be independent along with Bethlehem to be administered by an international administration. Though they promised statehood to both, the economy was common, the infrastructure was common, the currency was common. So the finances and the treasury was meant to be common. This was rejected by the Arabs, accepted by Israel, and David Ben-Gurion, after whom the airport, I think in Tel Aviv is named, declared independence on the date that the British was supposed to leave. But I think in many ways the British had already left, leaving 2 months of interim administration in which both sides strengthened their positions. If you look at what the Arab countries did, 5 of them, the 4 remaining mandates, and Egypt invaded Palestine to resist the creation of Israel. And ultimately, at the end of that, Egypt took the Gaza Strip and Jordan took the West Bank, leaving the so-called Arab state with almost no land. So this so-called two-state solution of 1948 was accepted by Israel, but stabbed in the back by the Arabs themselves. So this leads to the wider question, do the Arabs really want a solution of the Palestine question? And second question, having mucked up a second partition within 2 years, what were the British doing? Some analysts say that in order to make up for the rot that set into the West Asia, thanks to British incompetence, they did not let the Indian army complete the liberation of Kashmir. I will stop there.
If
Thank
the
you.
chair allows, just quick interjection. Okay. Now, while the historical perspective has been covered by the ambassador, I think we would be missing the narrative if we don't consider one very important aspect. In 1928, the Muslim Brotherhood was established in Egypt. Kindly keep this in mind for better understanding and joining the dots. Based on the Muslim Brotherhood, ladies and gentlemen, what came into existence in Palestine later will be something which I'll be dwelling upon. Also keep in mind, when I cover my part, I would be covering the geopolitics dominating the Cold War 1.0, and thereafter having migrated to the 21st century, where we witness what happened on 7th of October 2023. Thank you.
Ambassador Suri, before we go back to the partition, could you just take us a little behind into the history of how Palestine came about and who actually started Palestine, where this whole battle is going on now?
So I think, look, it's important to remember when you go back in time that the Jews were persecuted at different geographies at different points of time in history. You had the Spanish Inquisition in the medieval period, you had the French, you had the Ukrainian pogroms, in Russia you had targeting, and of course the finale was Hitler. It was all Christians who persecuted Jews. I don't think history tells us of any cases of Muslims persecuting Jews. To the contrary, right through 1,000 years, Jewish communities thrived in non-Christian lands. There were major Jewish communities in Baghdad, in Damascus, in Cairo, in Istanbul, in Bombay, in Cochin, etc., etc. So today, when we start looking at everything in terms of Islam versus Judaism, I think it's important to remember that the Jews were victims of European torture and anti-Semitism, not Muslim anti-Semitism. Arabs are Semitic, so the notion that a Palestinian is anti-Semitic is an oxymoron because they come from the same linguistic family, right? Sometimes we get mixed up about these things. Around 1900, 1898 to be precise, this movement started in Europe that, look, we've been targeted across different geographies. It's high time we started a movement to go back to Palestine. And that is where the whole movement of Zionism began, to go back to the land of Zion. The Jewish community, even in those days, was a dominant force in finance and banking. You had families like Rothschilds, which are bankers to European royal families. And so once the Jewish Agency was created, a conscious movement began, funded by Jewish philanthropy, to buy land in Palestine and settle Jews from different parts of Europe into Palestine. This movement started, as I said, around the turn of the century, picked up after the Balfour Declaration, but by 1936, it was already significant enough to have the first Arab revolt against the advancement of the Jews and against the British for merely allowing it. There was, in fact, a commission of inquiry appointed under Lord Pugh, which looked at the whole thing and actively said that the British government should stop Jewish migration because it is upsetting the population balance in the region. With that background, I just wanted to say that, you know, by the time 1936 Arab revolt happened, the British said this is now a revolt against us. And what do? They arrest all the major Muslim Palestinian notables, and many of them are put into exile, some in fairly far-off places. This was to have a bearing when we look at the period of what was happening post-Second World War. The fact was that except Mufti Husseini's family and one or two others, most of the Palestinian leadership had already been either arrested or sent into exile. So the Palestinians were fairly leaderless. in 1948. The Mufti had made a fool of himself by getting himself photographed with Hitler. And so the die was cast for them even before 1948. And I think that run-up is important to keep in mind. Why did things turn out the way they did? And just one point on what Gurjeet said, I would want to say. In 1948, Egypt was still a British protectorate. Amir Abdullah of Jordan was a British appointee. These were the two armies which were professional, but the British had decided that they will not be supplied with any munitions because they wanted to bring the conflict of 1948 to an early closure. So what you had really was, it was called an Arab volunteer force, not the regular armies in the initial stage, poorly armed, poorly trained, against a European disciplined Haganah, which later became the Israeli defense. You know, I love the story of the David versus Goliath. We all love it.
But it's not
but
actually
the reality is that the Haganah outgunned the Arab soldiers at that time in 1948. And there was serious collusion taking place between the Emir of Transjordan and the Israelis' nascent government, because, as you said, he wanted to grab West Bank for himself.
Now, as you are aware, what Ambassador Gurjeet just brought out is 5 Arab nations got together and attacked Israel one day after it declared independence, which was 2 hours before the British left Palestine. So this was the story then. The 5 Arab nations ganged up, but like Ambassador Suri brought out, it was not David versus Goliath. Haganah, now called the Israeli Defense Forces, were much more better trained, better armed, and much well disciplined, and knew this was coming. So they were prepared for them, and they gave them a knockout blow. This map on your screen here shows where the battle lines were drawn when the armistice happened in 1949. And as you will notice, Gaza and West Bank and parts of Jerusalem, the eastern parts of Jerusalem, were already with Israel. What was left of the West Bank, as I show in the next slide, was what was brokered to be what is now called a 2-state solution. And to discuss this 2-state solution, may I request Ambassador Gurjeet to just throw some light on it. Yes, 2 solution. No, this one. 1949.
Yeah. Sure. Okay. So when the conflict ended, you know, I just wanted to make one final point because it's a defense group here. Czechoslovakia, thanks to the creativity and the connections of the Jewish diaspora in Europe, kept a very active supply lane to the Haganah, whereas the forces on the other side were completely deprived because they were under British control in 1948. I think as defense persons, it's useful to keep in mind that you're not getting, one side is not getting any fresh munitions and the other side had a continuous supply line. I think it's useful to look, when the war ended in 1948 and the armistice came in 49, the Israelis were occupying about 60% of the area. Yitzhak Rabin, in his memoirs, which are worth reading, and he was the first Israeli Defense Forces commander who was actually born in Palestine. He speaks about the unpleasant work that they had to do to drive out Palestinian communities. He kind of reluctantly confesses using force and firing at Palestinians because we wanted to make sure that we had strong defensible lines post the 1948 conflict. And that's the situation that pretty much continued till 1967. In my view, the real brilliance of IDF was in 1967, not as much in 1948 when there was really, you know, so the borders really continued till 1967. When we talk about a two-state solution, I think we will have to see In 1967, to end the Six-Day War, there were two resolutions. There was Resolution 242 in the UN Security Council, which all countries, including the United States, signed off on, right? It was not vetoed. There's one particular word in that resolution which continues to attract controversy and attention till date. It said that the Israelis will vacate all occupied territories. All territories occupied in 1967. The conflict is what? The Arabic and the French versions talk about the territories occupied. In the English version, the is missing. So you can interpret it as not all the occupied, but some of the occupied territories. And there's been a lot of debate on, was it an omission or an active thing?
Sleight of hand.
The British ambassador to the UN at that time said it was the only way of making a compromise to drop the definite article the, and to say Israel will withdraw from territories occupied, not the territories occupied. And so that, again, I thought, for an audience like this, that would be an interesting point.
Coming from the fine print, something you wanted to say, General?
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it is very relevant to share with the audience that we need to understand what is Muslim Brotherhood. What does it mean? Why did I preempt the ambassador into the prior discourse or discussion? Muslim Brotherhood, ladies and gentlemen, is a trans-nationalistic Sunni Muslim grouping which came into existence in 1928 based on Sharia law. The centrality of the tenet of Muslim Brotherhood is Islam will always give you the lasting and the best solutions for a progressive and healthy society, and words to that effect. While it started in 1928, by 1964, the Palestinian Liberation Organization also took roots, came into existence. At that point in time, the geopolitical dynamics was such that there was a strategic rivalry in the Middle East, British having handed over the case to UN, looking for a lasting solution about the crisis, and the communism having penetrated or infiltrated into the Middle East in a big way, particularly the Eastern Bloc. The Palestinian Liberation Organization was a hardcore communist organization. Why am I bringing out this point is, when the PLO was gaining roots, becoming entrenched, there was an organization by the name of the Islamic Center, the founding father by the name of Sheikh Ahmad Yassin. He was a partially blind cleric and who went on to develop number of mosques, religious education, social science, social services, building a network of clinics, schools, and deliberately avoiding direct confrontation with Israel. I also feel that it is important to highlight as to at some point in time, the Hamas came into existence. Who are the Hamas? Okay.
We'll discuss the principles that is Hamas as an organization, Israel, and their stance a little later in the discourse. What I'd now like to just highlight is what Ambassador Suri brought out a point while we were talking in the author's lounge, and he said if you drive through the West Bank, there is not more than 30 or 50 kilometers, as you mentioned, where you can find a contiguous piece of Palestinian land. And this is brought out by this map, which shows the areas in yellow, which are area A and B, and the ones in blue are area C, the ones that you mentioned. If you could please explain what area A and B and C are.
So I think the most serious effort after 1967 to actually find a durable solution to the conflict was the Oslo process. It started in secret in Oslo in 1991, continued for about 18 months behind closed doors, and eventually led to the Oslo I agreement in 92, and then 95, the Oslo II agreement. Under that, the areas in yellow, which are about 40% of the West Bank, 18%, which was called Zone A or Area A, was to be exclusively administered by the Palestinian Authority. Area B, which was 22%, was to be administered by the Palestinian Authority in terms of civil matters, but security was to be in the hands of the Israeli government. Area C, which is the remaining 60% of the West Bank, was to be, for now, in Israeli hands, under Israeli control. The important thing in Oslo was it created a pathway to a Palestinian state by making the Palestinian Authority responsible for peace and security, and by giving a 5-year transition period to full statehood. Unfortunately, that never happened. And the present reality, and I was just sharing some numbers with General AP. The total land area of West Bank is 5,600 square kilometers. That's about 2 districts of Punjab, more or less, right? The land area of Gaza is 140 square kilometers. That 140 square kilometers today is the largest contiguously inhabited Palestinian area. All of the West Bank is like a piece of Swiss cheese. You have 750,000 Jewish settlers in 155 settlements. Some of those settlements, it's a misnomer because they are towns with populations of 30 to 50,000. So they are cities emerging as towns and cities in their own right. And the reason I think it's so important for us to understand this, when we look at ongoing actions of armed Jewish settlers backed by the Israeli army, often backed by the courts as well, to continue to occupy more territory, is one of intent. Does Israel have the intent to ever allow a Palestinian state? Number 2, viability. Even if today you had all of the intent and the international community, how are you going to physically pull out 750,000 Jewish settlers? How are you going to dismantle entire townships to create a viable Palestinian state? And that's why I think when we look at the 2-state solution, which is what we were discussing, you will have a clear divide between analysts, those who are saying it is the only viable possible solution which is fair and just to the Palestinians and assures a Jewish state. And that's important to look at because currently the population of Palestine and Israel is 7.2 million Jews and 7.2 million Arabs. So it's not as if you can exterminate one minority or drive it out. It ain't happening. So some way of coexisting. The other formula that people have now started articulating is either a confederation or a federation or of some creative entity where you have a disarmed Palestinian state standing side by side, and a third, which many Israeli Arabs today aggressively argue, is one state where Palestinians and Jews live side by side as they lived before 1948. But then it raises the question, will Israel remain a Jewish state? Will it be a democratic state? Or will it be an apartheid state with full rights for one community and unequal rights for the other? I think those are the dilemmas.
That's exactly the reason why Israel is so opposed to this 2-state solution, because there's no way you can find your way out of this block of cheese which is on the West Bank. And like the ambassador borrowed, the only contiguous part, the Gaza Strip, is also now under almost 70% under Israeli occupation.
Maybe it is timely, if you allow me, I want to interject. It will build your narrative also.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to, can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I was talking about the Hamas. It's very important to understand who are the Hamas. Hamas are basically a resistant movement. They gravitated towards holding land, also responsible for governance. And they were built on the paradigm of the Palestinian Brotherhood concept. We spoken about the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt. It slowly started coming into Palestine Brotherhood, and they started building the concept of Muslim Brotherhood in Palestine. At the same time, PLO, Palestinian Liberation Organization, was becoming stronger day by day, duly supported by the Soviet Union. Communism versus the liberal democracy, there was a contestation. And let me share with the audience that Hamas is nothing but the creation of Israel. Israel has created Hamas. And they kept on spending money. Qatari money kept coming to Israel. Every month they used to pay $30 million to the Hamas. It is Netanyahu, present leadership, who organizes the trip to deliver or hand over the dollar to Hamas. It is called as a very bad strategy by Israel. The people whom they nurtured, the same people on 7th October 2023 attacked Israelis. But why did it happen?
Just hold on.
Why did it happen? It happened because they were allowed to build a network of the seminaries, the mosques, the schools, the clinics for nearly more than 2 to 3 decades. And they were even funded to build their infrastructure as also livelihood, so that they could be kept as a distinct component well away from the military component or the component Fatah, that is the military component of the PLO, who are dominating in the West Bank. Basic aim was to keep both the components separate from each other so that the demand for two-nation theory does not come onto a converging platform. Thank you.
Good point, very good point. Ambassador Suri had something.
I just wanted to add a couple of points to what General Sudhakar said. He mentioned Sheikh Ahmed Yassin. Interesting to remember that Sheikh Ahmed Yassin was a refugee thrown out of his home in 1948, ended up in Gaza with certain militant and radical ideas, obviously. The second thing I want to say is, when you look at this original PLO and its key components, you had Fatah with Yasser Arafat, a happy whiskey-drinking, womanizing,
Paris-based organization,
secular individual. You had George Habash, head of the PFLP, which was the most militant actually, who happened to be a Greek Orthodox Christian. You had DFLP, Democratic Front for Liberation of Palestine, led by Naif Hawatmeh, who was a Christian Catholic. And in the mix, you had the beautiful Leila Khalid, who hijacked the first Pan Am aircraft to Jordan. It was very difficult for Israel to use its media strategy to discredit this bunch of PLO, which were largely seen as progressive, liberal, secular, with women, with men, Christians, Muslims, all of them together. And that's where the support for Hamas.
They were the first to recognize Israel under
We recognized Israel in Palestine in 1988. We were amongst the earliest ones to do so, and we funded the establishment of the Palestinian embassy in Delhi. But it's also kind of, if we want to go back to 1940, Mahatma Gandhi once said that the reason I don't support Israel is, for me, Palestine belongs to the Palestinians as much as England belongs to the English.
Okay.
I mean, Gandhi may not be fashionable, but...
I agree with what Navdeep said. I don't agree with you. PLO was no communist organization. Just because the Soviet Union supported them does not make them communist. Soviet Union supported us too. You know, I have agitated along with Palestinians, when I was in JNU, on the streets of Delhi, I know many of them. They are far cry from being communist, and as Navdeep says, there was a melange of factions. At best can be described as secular, and if they had been allowed to flourish, perhaps Palestine would have been a good state to live with.
With that point, I'll go ahead to the October 7th attacks, which actually happened due to what Sudhakar just brought out, was allowing Hamas to fester and allowing Hamas to grow, and Israeli, which many question and which is likely to be investigated, as Netanyahu has promised after the war, of the intelligence failure of the Israelis. And that's when Operation Al-Aqsa flood took place. The details are on the screen, but where they attacked is clearly brought out in this map. It happened in 3 types of attacks. First, it opened up with Hamas rocket fire, 2,500 rockets fired. They overwhelmed the air defense system of Israel. The Israeli airstrikes in retaliation on the next day went into Gaza, and the gun battles that took place on the same evening, on the same afternoon, and especially at the Shov Music Festival, where a massive attack on totally unarmed civilians took place, happened. This was the start of the present Gaza or Palestine war, which then spilled over to Lebanon, which spilled over to Syria, had ramifications for Iran, as we just saw in the past 2 years, and now has come into the October Accord. But as we go into that, this is the state of Gaza as it is today, and we shall now discuss the principles of this war. And to first start off with, I'll discuss the stand of Hamas, for which I'd like General Sudhakar to just give us a brief. He already spoke about how Hamas was created, etc. But what is the stand of Hamas? Why did they attack?
Excellent.
And what do they want us, or what do they want at the end, or what do they want to end this war? What shall the world give them so that they accept or they agree to lay down arms, if that is what we want?
Okay, is that for me? Yeah. Okay, thank you, Ambassador, for correcting me. Point is well taken, and all I would say, not to rebut but to respond, is they definitely had stronger influence of the communists. That is all I meant. But coming back to the question, Hamas, what is the demand? What was the requirement? Why did they attack? This is the moot question which comes to everyone's mind. So let me just give you very quick points. They attacked, or they continue to attack, because of following reasons. Firstly is the blockade of the Gaza Strip. Second, desecration of Al-Aqsa Mosque, which is the third important shrine in their religion. Third, Israeli settler violence against the Palestinians. Fourth, restrictions on the movement of the Palestinians in the stipulated territory. Fifth is the imprisonment of thousands of Palestinians. But what is it? What is it that the larger picture is? Larger picture is the 1967, like Israel has fought many wars, 48, thereafter 56, we always miss it very often, Suez Canal crisis, then the 67, then 73, and likewise it goes on. But the 67 7 days conflict was very, very important. In the 67 conflict, in 7 days war, the Israelis had captured Sinai Peninsula, Gaza Strip, West Bank, East Jerusalem, as also Syria ko kaun sa hai? Syria is Golan Heights. Golan Heights, it's done and dusted, nothing much can be done as far as my analysis goes. But ladies and gentlemen, these 4 points that I have said, Sinai Peninsula was resolved between Egypt and them between 1979 and 82. But what remained was Gaza Strip, the East Jerusalem, and the West Bank. Their bottom line requirement is that these 3 occupied territories should be vacated by Israelis. But contrary to the commitment given by the Israelis, they have been building the settlements, and number of settlements in West Bank have been going beyond acceptable limit. That is the moot question of contention, which is actually triggering all kinds of conflicts. Let me also share one thing. In 1997, there was a top secret document, a project which was formulated, bipartisan project by USA. It's called as Clean Break. Clean Break document, it is about the Middle East. Netanyahu happened to be a member. There were Congress members. The the senators also. That document clearly says that there is no concept of two-nation theory in Middle East. There is no place for the Palestinians. Here I rest the case, but one line I would like to say here is that there is, about the 7th of October, many of us may be underestimating the capability of the Hamas. 6,000 militants, ladies and gentlemen, and 119 locations. 4,300 rockets were fired. The electromagnetic spectrum was blacked out from 6:30 in the morning till 6:55 for 25 minutes. It is a non-state actor. Hamas is a non-state actor, ladies and gentlemen. Many of the state actors, many of the superpower, global powers, don't even have the capability to black out electromagnetic spectrum. Even if they have not demonstrated anywhere